a lovely one. But I think my takeaway, just like I kind of like Atiku's statement, my takeaway from Professor Soludo, the Governor Soludo, is Akwete and praising what Okonjo-Iweala wore. I think she's famous for wearing Ankara. And he talked about, well, buy Nigeria to grow Nigeria. It's not rocket science. In fact, trying to make it sort of like a law that if you don't buy Nigeria, if you don't wear Nigerian stuff whenever we're doing our meetings and this and that, I paraphrase, of course, then, you know, the meeting will not be allowed to hold. And yeah, I like that. That's a good one. Now, Adeleke, you did listen to the clip where Adeleke was talking tough and hot. Well, the coming days will decide or determine if his hot and tough talk makes any difference. Now let's get into, I'm saving what I think is the pièce de résistance, Gbajabiamela's statement. So let's touch on David Umahi and Obi questioning God. Now David Umahi makes Nigerian comment, interesting Nigerian comment on not being sacked with I think Mary Habila, the Mary Habila issue where the lady died in his residence and all of that. He explains it as thus: rather than being sacked, the president, I paraphrase, the president, seeing his capability, I paraphrase there, told him, go and build more roads rather than sack him. Ladies and gentlemen, in a country that works, in a country with teeth, he'll probably have been put on administrative leave or paid leave or something because something scandalous happened that doesn't make sense. And there are so many spotty bits. For example, the autopsy report. We not go see them. We hear the parents are saying, give us our daughter, let's bury her, beg, leave it. And update yesterday, still looking into that. Apparently, the father has come out with a new song that he's being bothered by people from certain quarters. I don't want to touch too much on that topic because, like I said, I'm still watching that scenario. But that's happening. And David Umahi wasn't told to step aside, maybe not resign or anything, but you know what, step aside. I mean, ordinary Nigel Farage, where the story was broken by the Times London, that he collected, is it 5 million in donations from some shady individual, and see the fallout of that. He even had to resign and is recontesting just to test his political, political love from the people if they would vote him back in. But it caused such an uproar and there was action. But when it comes to our own scandals, well, there you have it. They make public statements cursing people. If my hand was not involved in the thing, let the thing that people are praying for me happen to you people. In a country of laws, we're leaving it to God. Scandals are now left for God to judge. Well, snake swallow money, a big monkey carry money, or one kind of story like that. So the fantastic is not it's not strange in Nigeria. On Obi questioning God on making him a politician, God's plan or Obi's choice? That's where my head is at. Because we don't know if it's God that called Obi. We don't know if it's God that chose Obi or said, Obi, this is your destiny, but this is what we find. So I don't know. I don't know how to judge that on him questioning God. If it's God's plan, then there's no need or point for you to question God. But if it was his choice, then it's your choice now. As you make your bed, you know the rest of the expression. All right, let's get into Gbajabiamela's statements about state policing. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I must apologize before I say what I'm going to say. I hope I will not come off as biased. I hope, but I'm Nigerian, so I'll try to be as objective as possible. But You see all the explanations. Okay, you know what? Let me start with the good bits, because some people will say, start off with the good, I want the good news first, then hit me with the bad news. So the good bit is, it's refreshing. It was refreshing to see thorough breakdown of, well, how state police will come about. For the first time in a long time, Nigerians are being carried along thoroughly, as in they were dotting I's, crossing T's. This is what we're going to do. You people will also come in and you will talk and you will give us your feedback and go. And I was like, wow. Unlike the NNPC that would tell us, oh, this is what has happened. Or the National Assembly that will say, money is missing, and these people, we've been calling them, they are not coming. That's the limit of, well, the information Nigerians get. But this one, Femi Gbajabiamila, that is, he hit it out of the park. He broke it. Now the bad news, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Why this sudden shift from the norm? Why are you explaining how it will go, how long it will go, one thing? And, certain quarters would probably wonder and say, they have to be careful because they will leave office one day. So that this thing doesn't come back to bite them in front. So they have to make sure that the law is as transparent and as wonderful as possible, so that even when they leave office, nothing can come back to haunt them. Or is it just, well, I don't know, they're giving us reasons for the delay. However long it will be delayed, I don't know. But long and short, ladies and gentlemen, the entirety of Gbajabiamila's Turanchi is that we may not see state policing this year. But anyway, like I said, hopefully I'm being as objective as possible. When you look left, you look right. Lovely. Nigerians have been carried along thoroughly, I might add. But of course, I'm skeptically optimistic that we will not have an agbada hanging for barbed wire moment with this state policing bill. Well, let's watch. September 3, not too far away. We'll see what happens. All right. 11 minutes past 8. Let's get ready for the newspaper reviews. Let's see. Let me read out a couple of stories that will form today's quest. But remember, before I do that, you can be part of the show when that time rolls around by calling 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951. You can send in your text messages, WhatsApp messages, and voice notes 0701-9339-962, 0701-9339-962. For social media, YouTube Live, you can go there, watch, listen, and comment, of course. We'll check. Today951 FM, that's Today951 FM. On Facebook, it's Today95.1 FM. Today95.1 FM for Facebook, Instagram, X, Twitch, all have the same handles. Today FM 951. You can listen live via the website address www.todayfmlive.com. That's www.todayfmlive.com. Listen live, that's a box in the middle of your TV screen, smart TV, or your handheld device, and you're in. Tune in and Radio Garden are apps you can use, can be found off of Google and the Apple Store. Download, search Today 95.1 FM. That's it. Now for calls, 1 minute. Brevity is our friend, so 1 minute. We're absolutely necessary, though I might give 30 seconds extra, but 1 minute, so I don't have to yank you off the phone mid-sentence. All right, I think we've covered all the bases. Okay, let's get into the first story. Shetima. Tinubu deserves commendation for economic reforms, not condemnation. All right, so Vice President Kashim Shettima says President Bola Tinubu deserves commendation, not condemnation, for the economic reforms initiated by his administration. Shettima spoke on Monday at the Delta State Economic and Investment Summit held in Asaba, the Delta State capital. The vice president also commended Chukwuma Soludo, governor of Anambra State, for supporting the Tinubu administration's reforms. He said Soludo defied the direction of the wind in 2023 by telling Nigerians that the presidential race would not be won through blackmail and intimidation, but by grassroots support. Shettima said before the Tinubu administration took office, Nigeria was experiencing capital flight and scarcity, adding that the country is now witnessing capital inflows. Professor Soludo, you have done a lot of things for the federal government, especially in informing Nigerians where we were coming from reserves of $3 billion, he said. When we were experiencing capital flight and scarcity, now we're experiencing capital inflows. Our foreign reserves have gone up to over $52 billion and counting in a turbulent world. Even the president deserves commendation and not condemnation. Shettima said the federal government is ready to support credible investments and work with states to remove obstacles to enterprise. On May 29, 2023, Nigeria's foreign exchange reserves stood at $35.09 billion. As of June 2026, the country's foreign exchange reserves has risen to $51.03 billion, the highest level since January 2009. All right, so that headline is also up and running on our page, and you can go and, tell us what's what. Commendation or condemnation? You choose. And when the time rolls around, we'll get your thoughts. All right, let's get into Vanguard. 2027, show your scorecard. Nobody hates you, Momodu tells Tinubu. A chieftain of the African Democratic Congress, Dele Momodu, has urged President Bola Tinubu to campaign for re-election on the strength of his administration's performance rather than political rhetoric, saying Nigerians would ultimately judge the government by its record in office. Speaking on a television program on Monday, the Ovation magazine publisher said the outcome of the 2027 presidential election would depend largely on how Nigerians assess the performance of the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC. According to him, President Tinubu does not face personal hostility from Nigerians, but must convince voters that his administration has delivered on its promises. The 2027 elections will not be difficult for Tinubu if he can show the records of his performance. Nobody hates him personally. Nobody wants to pick him out because they just don't like him. It is about performance. Present your scorecards so the people running around spreading hellfire calm down and spread that energy on showing the performance of APC, Momodu said. All right, for the rest of that, go and get yourselves a copy of the Vanguard and you see what's what. Now let's get into the Daily Trust. And they have this interesting headline, 2027, fresh debate over Tinubu's qualification. All right, so that chicken has come home to roost again. The publication of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's nomination documents for the 2027 presidential elections by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has rekindled public interest in the controversy surrounding his educational credentials, which featured in the 2023 election litigation, Daily Trust reports. This is just as the INEC has clarified that it does not verify authenticity of academic certificates and other credentials submitted by candidates before publishing them for public scrutiny. In the credentials of presidential candidates it released on Saturday, the INEC had listed only Tinubu's Bachelor of Science in Business Administration from Chicago State University in 1979 with no primary or secondary school qualifications among the documents made public. The spaces provided for primary and secondary school qualifications on the summary page of the form were left blank. The president attached copies of his BSc certificate and the National Youth Service Corps certificate as supporting documents. The presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, Atiku Abubakar, listed his own qualifications as first school leaving certificate obtained in 1954, West African School certificate obtained in 1961, without naming the schools. He also indicated that he obtained Masters of Arts in International Relations in 2020 from Anglia Ruskin University. The presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, Peter Obi, indicated that he attended St. Augustine's Primary School, Anambra, 1973, Christ the King College, WASC, 1978, and the University of Nigeria in Nsukka for his BA in philosophy in 1984. The omission of Tinubu's primary and secondary school qualifications has revived memories of the legal battle that followed the 2023 presidential election, when Atiku, who was the then presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, alleged he submitted a forged diploma from CSU to the INEC. Of course, we all know that there is some drama in there, but when we form a quorum, the panelists will give us their thoughts and ideas on that. But I'd also like you to, go and touch on that headline. You see, let's leave this question in the air. When we start the conversations, I'll still throw it out. He's the president now. If this issue did not, stop him from becoming president in 2023, what's the point now? Can't this be seen as medicine after death? Because Showore has jumped on it, Atiku has jumped on it, Kalu, we saw him yesterday on, on channels, that was a rather funny interview, has jumped on it. So, do you think this would sway the upcoming elections in any form, or, just something to talk about? All right, one last headline, and then we get into the conversations of the day. Let's see. All right, why not? Let's touch this one. Especially as one of the panelists, it might hit a little close to home for one of the panelists. Leadership will keep preaching in buses. PFN president vows to defy proposed ban. The president of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, Bishop Wale Oke, has declared that Christians across the country will continue preaching in commercial buses, despite the proposed legislation seeking to prohibit unsolicited religious preaching in such vehicles. Speaking during a church sermon on Sunday, Oke criticized the National Assembly over the proposed measure, insisting that evangelism remains a divine mandate that cannot be suspended by any law. So to quote him, "Make all the stadiums in Nigeria become prisons. If you want to enforce that law, we are coming. We will break that law. Our master told us to go into the world and preach the gospel to every creature. You sit somewhere there and you are saying we shouldn't preach in buses. We will preach in buses. We will preach everywhere because you are making evil decrees. We will rather obey God than man." Now, for more on that topic, you know what to do. Simply go get yourself a copy of The Leadership, or just go into our Facebook page and tap on the headlines you have there. All right, at the moment, we have in the studio His Eminence Ambassador Dr. Ibioku. I'm correct on that, right? All right, Gospel Bob Manuel JPN, presiding Archbishop, joint heirs in his kingdom, international ministry. Okay. Atali. There's something else here. Starologist? Oh, strategist. Are you by any chance a medical doctor, sir? Yes. You're not?
I'm not a medical doctor.
Okay, because they have this running joke that medical doctors are the ones with the handwritings that you cannot see.
Okay. Okay.
All right, so he's a strategist, public affairs analyst. We also have J.C. Williams, Esquire, legal practitioner, chairman, Rivers Link, and of course the esteemed in-house analyst, Emmanuel Ndukwe, on hand to give his own perspectives. You're welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Don.
Right.
And Nigeria.
Thank you.
Don never wanted us to please her.
But your mic is on. And you're sitting so far away from your mic, and you're just looking so. I came here to enjoy myself.
I'm not wanted. What do I do?
Okay, you know what? If you move closer to the mic, I'll show you that you're wanted. Say something.
I can swallow it now. Good morning, Don.
All right. Good morning. Okay, so on that rather funny note, let's start off with, let's see now. Let's start off with, let's start with the state policing bill. And you heard my thoughts on what Femi Gbajabiamila said. Do you think they're setting us up for some kind of delay in the manifestation of state police.
I didn't hear.
Oh, you didn't hear?
I didn't.
Okay, let me read that out. Gbadagba Mela executive bill on state police will be ready for Tinubu's review September 3. The presidency has issued a 7-week timeline for the drafting of the proposed bill, state police bill, from Femi Gbadagba, chairman of the Presidential Working Group on the National Policing Bill on Monday, said the executive bill will be ready for President Bola Tinubu's review on September 3. In July, Tinubu inaugurated the Presidential Committee to prepare the legal framework for implementing state police across the country. Speaking after the inaugural meeting of the Presidential Committee at the State House on Monday, Gbadagba said the approved timetable from the drafting of the state police bill is from July 27 to September 14 of this year. He said the administrative and technical preparations for the proposed bill have commenced, adding that the executive bill will be presented to Tinubu by September 3. He noted that after Tinubu's approval, a national consultation will commence on the draft bill, after which it will be transmitted to the National Assembly. The approved work program is a 7-week milestone-driven exercise running from July 27 to September 14, Gbadagba said. The resulting executive bill package is scheduled for presentation to the president on September 3. Subject to his approval, a national consultation on the completed draft will follow, after which the text and supporting materials will be revised and prepared for formal transmission to the National Assembly. The timetable is demanding, but it is not a shortcut. Nigerians are included in drafting process. Asked what is the financial implication of the creation of state police, Gbadagba said any form of cost estimation should be based on research, adding that it is too early to ascertain cost implications. He noted that Nigerians would be able to make contributions in the drafting of the bill through submission of memoranda via a website, nationalpolicingbill.com. There is no cost to securing life and property. That is the first fundamental reason for being in government. At this stage, giving you a cost will be pulling something out of thin air. So we are not going to be doing guesswork here or guesstimating as to what the cost is. The cost will be evidence-based. It will be based on thorough research and on a state-by-state basis, because one state differs from another in terms of personnel, architecture, infrastructure, and local security. I talked about memoranda that will be open to the public from today, hopefully for about 10 days. If there's a need for an extension, we'll extend that. The public is included. No matter your station in life, you have an opportunity to contribute meaningfully, because the whole idea behind state police...
The president have gone ahead to constitute committees to draft, and another set of committee headed by a retired Justice of Appeal Court.
All right.
To vet. Afterwards, president will vet, and then it's taken to the National Assembly. What is our interest here now? If it's an executive, you know what they want to do? They want to hoodwink people.
All right.
Executive bill usually, Nigerians don't know how it's drafted. Nigerians don't know. What we hear is that there's an executive bill before the National Assembly.
That's what I'm saying. Isn't it refreshing?
It's
Something
not
different.
refreshing anything, though. They know what they are doing. Right. They know. Let me tell you one of their strategy. They want to make it in such a way that even the National Assembly will be hoodwinked to say, the Nigerian people have agreed. Even if I know we don't have a National Assembly. The one headed by Akpabi, I don't think is proper has National Assembly.
Okay.
Now, what they want to achieve is that, Nigeria, this thing was participatory. We got everybody involved. It is wonderful. So, by the time they package it and send to the National Assembly, of course, what will be that Nigerian people have spoken. Spoken about what? And listen, I'm not saying that state police or whatever nomenclature is wrong.
Okay.
But you see, the way this government, every other thing to them is immaterial now.
Okay.
It is national policing bill. So they should understand that they are not dealing with dafts. We're not saying don't send your executive bill to the National Assembly. Send. Of course, anything that gets that will always come. The have it. We're not. We know that. But don't make it look like. Don't create that impression that you are getting us involved. In getting us involved, how? Those committees, so-called appointed committees by the president, did he get us involved? Do we know them? The chief of staff that is facing trial is now the chairman of the committee.
Is he facing trial though?
Trial mustn't be in court.
Okay.
It mustn't be in court. Even in the National Assembly, he's facing trial as far as I'm concerned. There is heap of allegation on him. That is the same person of everybody in Nigeria that you also saw to chair this so-called drafting of executive bill on our behalf. When we are saying that he's not even fit and proper to be where he is, you have given him more responsibility. What does that mean? It means that there is a game plan to pretend to the world that this government that is about to go, in their doings, they carry Nigerians along, which is not true.
All right.
So, the way they used to do it, let them quickly put it together, send and Fabio. Of course, it will come out the way they wanted it. Let them not pretend that they are carrying us along, because we don't have any input. Look, if they really want us to make input, I understand that it is when the bill is before the National Assembly. After certain stages, it will now come for public hearing. That is when Nigerians will get involved to make our position. Now they say, imagine what they say. We should, anybody that has a memoranda to submit, we should submit to the committee that is appointed by President Tinubu. Not National Assembly. This is not public hearing. We should send memoranda to them. So that at the end of the day, they say, oh, Nigerian people, another thing they want to circumvent public hearing. Because if they have created this impression that, oh, Nigerians who got involved from the formation of the drafting of the bill, what it means that Nigerian people are all together. So when it gets to National Assembly, it then presupposes that Nigerians haven't participated.
But are you sure? Are you sure you're not jumping the gun? I say this because, all right, the Nigerian people start getting involved from the inception. At some point, it will get to the National Assembly, and don't you think they will still come back to public consultation?
You see, that's what I'm saying. We are 4 now in this studio.
Okay.
That's me and you are the public, are the ordinary Nigerian people. Bishop is the president. Bajabi Amila, he is the Bajabi Amila. And what they want to do, they are drafting a bill that will enhance policing. Knowing that during the public hearing, it's me and you that are the ordinary Nigerians that will participate. Now, they have come to say, even before the bill gets to the National Assembly, they have co-opted you. They want to co-opt me and you to say, we were involved, we participated, we submitted memoranda. Right? When it is eventually submitted to the National Assembly, can you eat your cake and have it? Don't forget that me and you they will write that Nigerians have agreed. It's no longer just an executive bill. They just want to give it name. Otherwise, they would have said Nigerian People's Bill. We have agreed. That's what they want to do. And when that happens, that's why they are publicizing. Oh, this committee is working, is expecting memorandum. Has it happened before? That before executive bill is submitted to the National Assembly, they call for the Nigerians to submit memoranda. Has it ever happened? Why is the peculiarity of this one? So what they want to do is that by the time that bill gets to the National Assembly says, okay, Nigerians got involved from day one. And don't forget, they are in a hurry to pass this bill. They are in a hurry. That's why I use the word circumvent. The same National Assembly who want to say, since Nigerians during the formation, during the drafting of this bill, were carried along, in your own word, carried along.
All right.
What is it? Even if they would want to fulfill all righteousness by saying there is public hearing. All of them in the whole country will happen the same day. The year has it, or have it. So it will just fly. In less than 1 week, this bill is passed. President have assented. Don, does it not shock you that this kind of bill, see 2 committees involved, even Attorney General is a member of the committee. Now, they say they will finish and submit to Mr. President for Mr. President to look at it and get satisfied that it qualifies to be an executive bill and then send to the National Assembly. What input do you think National Assembly will make at that point? If it's not that the A have it or the Y have it, they will just quickly bring it to him. In fact, Mr. President, the secretary yesterday, I don't know whether it was a slip of tongue. During his program with the show,
yes.
You know what he said? He said that even the chief draftman at the Federal Ministry of Justice is already drafting the bill. John, you are a lawyer.
Okay.
At what point is a legal draftman draft bill? Is it not when it has passed through the National Assembly? They scrutinize it. Then the legal draftsman now put it in a form.
All right, fine.
That is to tell you that even before this thing gets to the National Assembly,
yes,
everybody that is supposed to work procedurally has finished work.
Okay.
It's just the National Assembly to say yes.
Okay. So let me throw this question to His Eminence, Ambassador Dr. Ibioko. I just checked because Williams is making it seem like it's an abnormal thing. So I had to check to see if it actually is abnormal. Now, calling for public consultation before an executive bill goes to the National Assembly is not abnormal. It is a progressive practice of free legislative engagement that enhances inclusivity. And if you listen to the clip, Femi Gbajabiamila did say something about inclusivity.
Okay.
But however, the right way involves the executive drafting a policy, inviting public memoranda, revising the text, and then formally transmitting it to the National Assembly for statutory public hearings. That is actually the right way.
Okay.
But given that, okay, it's not really abnormal, it's a break from the norm, but still, it's a progressive way of looking at things. Do you agree with Williams? And I also gave the assessment that this time around they're carrying us along.
Okay.
Beautiful, but why?
Well, basically, it's who pays the piper dictates his tune.
All right.
Government is an authority that we have ceded to whoever occupies a position, either by appointment or by election.
Okay.
What happens, like you have said, if they have gone out of their bounds, there are also civil society people that can challenge them.
Okay.
But I think if, like you have said from Yagogo, that they are within the space of good conscience, of trying to evolve us, because it's a policy that would definitely affect us. Well, if it's sincerely done, but you see, the suspicion is high because this is a very cerebral bill. But if you look at the timing, an election is coming, and we are rushing a state police bill, and you know the function of the police in election. I have stayed and gesticulated, cerebrally, and felt that it has a nexus with the next election. Empowering the governors in such a way and manner that they will go far beyond what they could do, the power centralized, police being centralized. I'm telling you, the people will not get to know it from the clauses, but the empower. We're not practicing before.
All right.
We don't have community policing. The policing is federal policing, and we have not been satisfied with it. I tell you, I was with some missionaries. Very unfortunately, the lead of the missionaries, what she said, she's been to several countries and it's her first time coming to Nigeria. She's moving on the road, and even as a foreigner, she's a Canadian, and she was with some Americans. They stopped them to ask for some tools, and she said, "For what?" They said, "You have to," and they gave some money. And it was not quite, another 30 minutes. There was another one that was insisting that they had to pay another toll. This is not to a toll gate, to human toll gates, and they were in uniform. She said she couldn't. She just laughed, and she summarized by saying they have gone to poorer countries, poorer societies that they never saw anything close. It is the first time in her life. And what impression is she going with her police? So we have a lot of, the intention could be good to empower policing because crimes are local. Crimes are local, and you want to ensure that if the people are involved in the policing, then you can easily get them, apprehended and all that.
All right.
But that's not intentional. It plays out. We have seen this different generals call boys like that. I tell you today now, they sit with DPOs in their offices as an extension for investigation. And these are the people that are criminals in the environment. The boys that are committing crime are part of them. So what is the point?
Mm.
And I think it's from that standpoint that Barrister is talking. We have lost, confidence.
All right.
And what they want to do is to legitimize, that particular bill, give it a human face, so that even in National Assembly they could make reference that the people. And I think it's a very fearful one. We think that they should go, they consult, even in monetary matters, economic matters, there are a lot that they have not consulted like that, which is more important to us.
Okay.
The policing bill, the human content, making policing to be friendly, making it to be human, will still be on the kind of policemen we recruit, the training and the discipline we give to them. If you ask me today, state police, yes, would have been after the election. But it's an experiment. But if we look at how the political class and the police they interact during election, off elections, even in normal civil life, you will know that the police is an extension of government. They tend to, if government interest is to be protected, they protect it without protecting the citizens' interest. So now bringing the citizens in that have lost confidence in our national policing, I don't think the participation will be very welcome. Maybe few civil society, if not sponsored by the government itself, will come and corroborate whatever they have done. But for me, it's whatever they are doing, if the intention is right, and they want to bring security to the doorstep of the common man, they should do it sincerely. These rhetorics of look at the press release and all that, making us feel they're doing something serious.
Okay.
They say the taste of the pudding is in the eating. At the end of the day, is many laws that are people oriented. How has it been implemented? Human rights laws, they're all there. And they are not working, they are not protecting the people. So for me, when people like government, they decide a lot of things on our behalf, they can go ahead and do what they think is right. But at the end of the day, they say the end justifies the means. We are going to know what their intentions are, whether they are real or imaginary.
All right.
That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, so we also have in the studio Mr. Paul Wala, Associate Professor, River State University, Port Harcourt. You're welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you.
All right. So from Williams's perspective, he's looking at speed. They might pass it speedily. However, according to what we see your phone calls, the phone lines are not open yet. You have to wait till about 10:40. For now, please just hold on, but thank you for being there. From what I don't know if you listened to the clip on the way down. All right, so from his breakdown, I kind of got the sense that he did say to be submitted to the president September 3, but I kind of got the sense that from his thorough breakdown that it was going to be time consuming, and it could be them setting the ground for delay, as what I got. So I now had to ask the submission of this bill, or whatever this is, to the president September 3. Does that signal the beginning of the bill being passed? So here's the answer. The submission to the president on September 3 is only the beginning of the executive's review and is not the bill being passed. There are many extensive mandatory steps that must take place within both the presidency and the National Assembly before it can become a functional law. As outlined by Femi Gbajabiamila and the Presidential Working Group on the National Policing Bill, the timeline and process following the September 3 submission includes the following phases. Executive refinement phase, that's presidential review. The president will review the initial draft package submitted by the working group, the national consultation, which is a nationwide public consultation, final revision. The technical team will incorporate the national feedback and revise the text, supporting schedules and fiscal impact notes. Formal transmission, the president gives final administrative approval and formally transmits the executive bill to the National Assembly. Then, of course, the legislative phase, which will be the first reading, second reading, then National Assembly public hearings, third reading, voting, blah, blah, blah. So it looks like it's following protocol in some way. So, do you see delay? His Eminence did say that it could be tied to the 2027 elections. But do you see delay in this, or do you see a speedy move in this bill?
Okay. I want to first of all start by saying that if we have a government that is people oriented, and maybe based on past issues of national concern, that the people have always been carried along, and at the end, the expected results, were received. There wouldn't have been any issue of this argument.
All right.
And I also want to believe that the government, they are conscious that the people do not trust them.
Okay.
That's the reason why they are talking about national consultation. And you look at that national consultation, as big and wide Nigeria is, what time does the people have to be reached out to?
All right.
Or is it a kind of a policy that has been outlined, packaged in a way that will be very sweet to hear, but at the end, will those procedures you raise, will they all be followed?
Okay.
That is the question. And because we do not trust the government, that is where the fear comes in, that one may not even be surprised that what they need to do have already been concluded. It's just to see how it will look as if the people also participated.
All right.
As sensitive as issues of security, national security is, and we're talking about state police. You are saying you want to consult the people, document to be submitted by 3rd of next month, which is already at hand. How many persons will you reach at that moment? So, one, the delay is there. Depending on their intention, the delay is there. And they may have programmed at the point where it will be passed.
Okay.
That is it. The president, the National Assembly, we have seen all working as one. Even with the issue of a majority of the governors now becoming a member of one political party. So whatever be the reason behind this, I want to believe that it has already been reached. But let it be that a procedure was as well followed. That is what is causing this particular issue. Ordinarily, with the level of insecurity, anything at all that could be done legally to improve national security should be what everybody should welcome at this particular time. But just like as the bishop have also pointed out, election is coming. Election is coming. And the fear of it being used, because whether we like it or not, in politics, oppositions are watching the methods, the games that are being played out. Whether watching the stronghold of how the opposition may arise and possibly use this other aspect. So all these things are generating fears. If not because of the level of insecurity, I would have even suggested that since it has not been passed up till now, it should be after the general election.
All right. Interesting perspective. All right. So, Emmanuel Ndukwe, 2 questions. Do you think this is what I like to call Turanchi, where they just come and speak English and English and English? That's one. 2, do you see participation of any kind coming out of this?
What?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short break. And after a little interview, Sir Emmanuel Ndukwe will be giving us his thoughts. Turanchi, and do you see us willing to participate? We already have voter apathy. Well, we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Turn the dial and turn up the thrill. We are not in the same league. We are rewriting the rules. Here on Today 95.1 FM.
right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have Non's Luxury Homes in the building, here to tell us how to be affordable homeowners and property owners, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Welcome to the show. So what
Thank
have you guys for us this morning?
Yes, so good morning, my people of River State. How na day for inside this morning? My name na Maureen from Non's Luxury Home Limited. Yes, we don't carry this better thing. Come meet you this morning. When we say if you hear am, e go sweet you. And you go waka come our office because na better thing now you want do for yourself. Yes, so we get this new estate when they call Treasure Estate. You know treasure, anything when you call treasure, you go hold on well because na better thing. Treasure Estate they sell for just 1.3 million naira. This one sweets me because it cheap well. This land na just 1.3 million naira for just 1 week. This one a 1 week promo. By next week you go hear say you don't enter 1.8 or you don't enter 1.5. Why not use this opportunity? Come by yourself when be say this land na just 1.3 million naira for just 1 week. This one there for Omagwa by AP Junction, Agwawure, immediately primary school for Agwawure there na you dey. Na just 5 minutes drive from airport roundabout. So call us on this our number. May we carry you go show you where this land dey. Our number na 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. And the second number na 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724. Non's Treasure Estate na just 1.3 million naira for outright payment, while instrumental payments na 1.5 million naira na just checkele money. But if you no fit pay everything at once, you fit start as low as 1 million. Then we go help you spread the balance for 2 months. Now we still get another land again when be Non's Flourish Estate Phase 2. This one now they sell for 1.8 million naira, while instrumental payments na 2 million naira. And na complete dry land, you no need to worry anything at all. Or if you not get everything at once, if you start as low as 1 million, then we will help you spread the balance for 3 months. Why not use this opportunity? Buy yourself land when we say then sure for you. Land when we say if you buy them, you go start to dey build immediately. And remember, say no way when you buy land today, 2 days far for you. So collect this number. Call us, get this opportunity, get yourself good land when we say then sure for you. Land when we say if you buy them, you don't buy peace of mind. So our phone number now 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. And we still get another land again. This one now the hot cake when they inside because we don't already fence around. This one now Non's Flourish Estate Phase 3 or more. As they hear the name, now just promo price of 2.2 million naira, while instrumental payment na 2.5 million naira. Use this opportunity, get yourself this land when we say then sure for you. Land when we say if you buy them, you go start to build. Even electricity do already enter the neighborhood. Why not use this opportunity, get yourself land, invest on something when we say yes, if you buy them today, you go start to build immediately. Or ya collect this number again, call us, come our office, may we carry go show you where this land dey. Our number na 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. And the second number na 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724. And our office address there for number 120 Airport Road, Igiritsale. Yes, so our inspection days now every day from Monday to Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. As you dey come, we dey carry you go show you where the land dey. And remember, say apart from all this money that they mention, Nothing like bush entry, no drinking money, no matching grant, no agent fee. Just come with that your money, we go give you the land. And our surveyor dey already dey ground. As you dey make your payment, we dey allocate you immediately. We no dey tell you make you go come. We no dey tell you say after some months or weeks or the next day. No, as you dey pay, we dey allocate you immediately. Why not use this opportunity? Get yourself when be say this you dey pay for rent from January to December, and that money when you take dey pay rent na the same thing for this land. Why not use this opportunity, buy this land for yourself? Land wey be say dem sure for you, land wey be say if you buy am, you go start to dey build immediately. You go pack enter, even if na bacha you do am, na your land, you go dey there, dey do anything wey you wan do for inside. So call us again on this our number, then we carry you go show you where this our land dem dey. Our number na 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. And the second number na 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724.
All right, so you say the properties already have a certificate of occupancy and all of that, right?
Yeah, we dey give free deed of conveyance. Now we dey use our money to do that one.
All right, security.
They very intact. Everything they got there. No, you go just buy land, build and close your eyes where sleep. Nobody they worry you there.
Okay, so I follow you talk pidgin. In Nigeria, I get a CB now. And some people go say, I for like buy you, but the discount one and they give and the instrumental plan, you not to favor me. So potential clients now then fee can say, I beg, I fee draft up my own way to the pay on go agree.
Yes, we go check am. If it dey okay with us, we go allow am. But if you not dey okay, we go tell you it's okay. See how we go fit do am for you, so that we no go want make we lose you as a customer. We go know how we go take rugged am for you and say you go buy am and you go favor us, you go still favor you when one buy the land.
All right. Okay, so group buy. Let's say all this cooperative or maybe people with group of friends, they want join money buy land. How na they run that one?
If they still come, we go still run that one for them. We go just give them now land now. They go map and ask for them. Then they don't pay us the money. We go map and ask. Then collect their land. Then they fit share am to their people. But we go still give them their documents.
Okay.
Yes.
So person fit come with a personal lawyer. Say, follow me talk with these people.
Yes, it is possible. Yes.
Okay. You get this one where then they call search, where then they do for Ministry of Lands and all of that. So if person say, they don't chop me mugu before, me I want go Ministry of Lands, go check this, that and the other. Una get registration and all of that for Ministry of Lands.
Everything they intact. Yes.
Everything.
Yes, everything they intact. We stand by. We come out for business. We mean business.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so you've been listening to the breakdown on how to be a property owner and home owner in no distant time from Non's Luxury Homes.
Yes.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Up next is the news update. And after that, more conversations that you've come to know and love 95.1 for. We'll be right back.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise Voice advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Dawn Wilson. The federal government has announced plans to construct a multi-purpose dam in the Gile community of Tanki local government area Plateau State, addressing over a century of severe water scarcity. During a site inspection, Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation Professor Joseph Utsev, accompanied by APC National Chairman Professor Nentawi Yilwatda and Plateau State Commissioner for Water Resources Bashir Dati, unveiled the project as part of nationwide efforts to enhance rural infrastructure. Yilwatda stated that the initiative will undergo technical feasibility studies to finalize engineering designs for portable water distribution, irrigation, flood control, and potential hydropower. Beyond immediate water access, officials highlighted that the development is expected to stimulate economic growth, job creation, and the addition of supporting infrastructure like access roads, schools, and healthcare facilities for Gile and surrounding areas. Also speaking, Dati reaffirmed the government's commitment to the multipurpose dam project, noting that it will transform local livelihoods by significantly boosting agriculture and livestock production. First Lady Senator Oluremi Tinubu has lauded the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike for turning Abuja's City Gate into a prominent green and recreational landmark. Speaking at an event, she described the renovation as an inspiring model for public space revival. She also revealed that despite a 50 million naira incentive under the Renewed Hope Initiative's Green Nigeria Challenge, aimed at converting abandoned dump sites into eco-friendly parks, no state entered that specific category. The First Lady therefore urged governors' wives to champion youth involvement by establishing environmental clubs in schools, recalling how her own student involvement in environmental programs broadened her horizon. In response, Wike commended the First Lady, noting that the vision for greener community-focused public spaces directly inspired the City Gate project. The Bauchi State Police Command has arrested 2 young men suspected of serving as informants for a kidnapping gang in the Al-Kaleri local government area. The suspects, 18-year-old Idi Riga and 22-year-old Murtala Sani, were detained following an intelligence-driven investigation by operatives from the Gobirawo outstation. The arrest stems from an incident in Guanar Dutse village where unidentified gunmen attacked the home of a 46-year-old resident. According to police spokesperson SP Nafiu Habib, both suspects have confessed to assisting the attackers. Habib disclosed that the victim, who was shot in the thigh while trying to escape, is currently being treated at the General Hospital in Kashire. He added that the case had been transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department in Bauchi for deeper investigation and subsequent prosecution. Meanwhile, the Commissioner of Police, CP Sani Omolori Aliyu, restated the command's commitment to eradicating violent crime and urged the public to keep sharing vital security information. At least 7 people, including 3 children, have been killed following a Ukrainian drone impact on a popular resort beach beach in southwest Russia. According to Russian officials, analysts are reviewing video footage to determine if the drone was intercepted en route to an alleged target, a Russian naval facility 25 miles away, before landing among vacationers. The attack follows a separate overnight strike on a warehouse operated by Wild Berries, Russia's leading online retailer, situated about 112 miles east of Moscow. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Thank you for listening. I'm Don Wilson. Good morning.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues, today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Catch the latest news, real talk, real stories, all on Today 95.1 FM, where you belong.
Today FM. Today FM 95.1. Today FM 95.1 Port Harcourt. Voice of the people. Rise and shine, it's a brand new day. Today this station leading the way. Breaking news, sports and talk, keeping every heartbeat on the clock. From Port Harcourt to the world we go, sharing every story you should know. Your voice, your people, your destination. We're not just a station. Today, FM 95.1, voice of the people, number one. News and sports, talk all day, keeping rivers on the way. Not just a station, we are the station.
Wake up to today's quest, where breakfast on the radio is full course. We start with some motivation to ignite the spark in you for a great day. Then a full interactive sports show on Sport Attack 6:30 a.m. Unbeatable and concise news reports on the world news at 7 a.m. And our newspaper review segment now 7:30 a.m. Oh yes, 7:30 a.m. The scoops and the commentaries with my esteemed panelists. Today's quest, 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Miss it, you miss out.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Okay, conversations continue. We'll be with you from, well, now till a little before 11:30, giving you, great conversations, hard-hitting and thought-provoking conversations and answers. Now remember, at some point in time, we'll be opening the phone lines, but you can go to town via our social media handles. We have posts running there. Facebook, Today 95.1 FM. That's Today 95.1 FM. There are posts there. Instagram, X, and Twitch all have the same handle. Today FM 951. That's Today FM 951. Now, don't forget, you can also be part of the show via our website, www.todayfmlive.com. That's www.todayfmlive.com. Tune in and Radio Garden. Those are apps off of Google and the Apple Store. Download said apps and, of course, search Today 95.1 FM. That's all there is to it. Okay, we formed a quorum. We now have Dr. Obidimma. Wow, okay. So you're like a Katsina, that kind of thing.
No, Obidimma.
Not Katsina.
Not Katsina.
But that's the only time I've seen it done. All right. Okay. So he's a journalist, international affairs analyst, senior lecturer in international diplomacy, Rivers State University. You're welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you, Don.
All right. So let's hit. AKA Donald Trump. Okay, that's nice.
Maybe AKA Putin.
Right. So if you're just joining us, we've been talking about, we're about to move on from this, but we had a question hanging in the air. We've been talking about Femi Gbajabiamila and the statements he put out there concerning the state of police bill, in fact, they broke it down from the ABC to Z of what this bill will entail. And of course, they also talked about how they're going to incorporate feedback from the public. And it's raised all manner of things, from skepticism to worry to fear, bias, and question on the table to Oga Emmanuel, that's Sir Emmanuel Ndukwe, was, is it all Turanchi? Are they just, doing what they normally do, which is come out, give a press conference, talk plenty, and nothing will come out of it in the end? And on the side of the public, seeing as we already have voter apathy, really high one, sir, do you see Nigerians participating in any kind of feedback mechanism concerning this state policing bill?
Well, especially the elite will participate.
Obviously.
Yes,
okay.
Because some of them, and especially the elite, the select elite that are benefiting from the administration.
Okay.
And there are also people that are indifferent. They may go and participate and some may not go.
Okay.
But, if you check what all the guests that have commented, I agree with them. I tell you, Don. Suspicion is reigning supreme in this nation because of government attitude. The attitude is not oriented to the welfare of them and from government. And that's why anything at all government raises, if not, this shouldn't generate any suspicion or any debate at all. But it's doing so because when you go back memory lane, you find out that certain things like this have been coming up, and then what have government used it to achieve? And especially, you see, one point Bishop mentioned, it looks to me like government is doing this thing at this material time because of the election. Remember, the election is happening is it in January or so? Yes. Simple. So they are doing this thing to woo people. Come and vote us. We show interest. The state police want to use it and then maybe sanitize the society.
Okay.
This insurgency can be, and things like the new things we started seeing, these kidnapping and all the rest of them, they will be handled. They will be put to rest. In your localities, you handle them effectively, if not most effectively. But I tell you, Don, they will just do like they've been doing other things. When people are ready, do your own, but they won't do their own. People will eventually support them if they will ever pass it to. Because the problem I have now is, why all this litany of delay? It will go through this, go through this, go through. Is it important to them truly, sincerely, government? Do they think that this state police is important? If they do, they are mounting it. Then they shouldn't have laid all these trammels on the way for it. Because before these things will finish, Bajabia Miller has laid on the part of it. If time, a lot of time will, and it will be very close to the 2027 general election. And that is still a bet to drag people to come and then join them in the election. And like I've said, I don't think, that is my opinion, no. I don't think anybody will upstage Tinubu, except otherwise. I keep on saying this. Except otherwise, America is not in support of him.
Okay.
If America is in support of him, he will win. As for Nigerian factor, he will always tumble everything in his favor. Whoever thinks he's coming out, he has these better credentials and all that, even to the point they are talking about academic qualification, they are wasting time with all those things. In Nigeria, that's what they did in 2023. He became the president.
Okay.
Now, what is going to be the difference? Nothing. Even if you verify it, except the war police says, no, you can't go there. And if they say no, he's been obeying us in all the stipulations we've been giving. He's been obeying us. He's coming back. There's nothing all of us can do. That settles it for me. That's the way he will come back.
All right. All right. Let's move on to the next topic for discourse, and that's would you like? Because you came.
That is the punishment for coming late.
All right.
The man that came at the 11th hour must pay the same way to those who came.
Oh, we're going the religious route. All right. Having tied my hands with God. Okay. Go ahead.
So, this is a poor policy from the government, especially Tinubu government.
Okay.
Because Tinubu government doesn't have that kind of character to want to institute state police structure in this country.
All right.
I'm afraid because this very policy is, for me, no proper consultation. It is something that, when we talk of state police, is something that should not just happen in a jiffy.
Okay.
Because it's so very sensitive. It has something to do with lives. It has something to do with a lot of things about us. In as much as we desire such decentralization of policing in our nation, but everybody from the grassroots will be carried along to express ideas, do studies about it, and set down a criteria that will be used in recruiting such persons.
Okay.
They will end up bringing talks. They will end up bringing all manner of characters into this, and at last, definitely, is going to be what Nigerians will be crying against.
All right.
Because this very political class we have now, if you see their disposition, look at their disposition in so many things about us. Can you trust to hand over this kind of sensitive issue? That at the end of the day, look at what we are contending with the existing federal police structure during elections. Is it when now that all of the governors have defected to APC, that they want now to get us state police, and they have control of the local government and everything, and this recruitment will go through the local government, will go through the chiefs they have installed in so many villages and communities, and at last they will use it to not even stifling opposition.
Okay.
They will use it to fight against any perceived opponent. And Nigeria is not going to be better for it. For me, as much as state policing is good
Hmm.
in a federal structure. Is it the first thing? Have we really engaged in the conversation of resource control? Because without resource control, what are you talking of state policing? For a federal system of government to really take place and having these layers of policing will also ensure that both local government, both state also control their resources. But a situation where you continue to dispense these resources from the center, it may be very, very, very problematic to maintain such a structure. No matter whatever thing they are not really not to deceive the gullible, they should hold this for now.
All right.
They should keep it in abeyance. Then after the elections, we will not sit down with clear eyes and begin to talk about police, state police, or local government police, or community police.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on. Daily Trust has this headline, 2027 fresh debate over Tinubu's qualification. In fact, not just the Daily Trust bringing this up. Shore has jumped on it. Atiku has jumped on it. Carlo also jumped on it. I'm trying to see if I can find the Shore angle and the Carlo angle. Then you'll then see where my head is at. All right, so for what's his face now? Let's start with Shore's own angle or argument, as it were. Tinubu presented Chicago varsity certificate different from what he submitted in 1999. That's Shore saying that. I'll just take a little snippet and move on to Kalu. Presidential candidate of the African Action Congress, AAC, Omoyele Shore, has alleged discrepancies in credentials submitted to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, by President Bola Tinubu. The activist, who addressed journalists on Monday, claimed that the university certificate Tinubu submitted to the electoral body ahead of the 2027 elections differs from the one he presented in 1999 when he contested and was elected governor of Lagos State. Shore warned Nigerians against voting for individuals who have no verifiable academic records. So to quote him, the APC candidate only presented a paper from Chicago State University, which was different from the paper he presented in 1999. All right, having said that, let's get into Carlo's own perspective. Just hold on a second. Let's see if I can find that. All right. Also from the Daily Post, that headline reads, 2027, come, tell Nigerians primary, secondary school you attended. Carlo challenges Tinubu. A chieftain of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Carlo has challenged President Bola Tinubu to tell Nigerians the primary and secondary schools he attended. Carlo threw the challenge to the president on Monday while appearing as a guest on a television program. His challenge stems from the publication of the credentials and personal particulars of presidential candidates ahead of the 2027 general elections by the Independent National Electoral Commission. Daily Post recalls that Tinubu did not list his primary and secondary school qualifications in the educational details section of the personal particulars he submitted to INEC for the 2027 presidential election. So reacting, Carlo said, come and tell Nigerians which primary and secondary schools you attended. Even in 2022, in the INEC document he submitted, he claimed he had a National Youth Service Corps NYSC certificate, and the name of that certificate was Bola Adekunle Tinubu. So where did he get Adekunle from? He claimed he graduated, but the certificate was forged. All right, so let's go back to the Daily Post, and as I said, that's the post that's running on our Facebook page. Fresh debate over Tinubu's qualification. So basically, this old song has been remixed as we head into 2027. So back then, during the court trial, the case between Atiku and the president now, the Supreme Court adjudicated on the matter somewhat. They said that it was fresh evidence, and because it's fresh evidence, they cannot touch that. It was basically on its technicality, using fresh evidence, because as some of you well know, you only go on appeal to the Supreme Court on cases stemming from lower courts. So what the Supreme Court touched on, whether Tinubu was qualified to contest, and the court dismissed the qualification challenges and upheld his election. Now, whether the CSU documents obtained after the tribunal proved forgery was not adjudicated on its merits, because the court refused to admit the fresh evidence, holding that the issue had not been properly pleaded within the constitutional time frame. So that's what happened. Now, ladies and gentlemen, here's my question, and I'll start with Williams because he is a legal practitioner. Isn't this medicine after death? And I say this because he's the president, he's the incumbent, so he has a lot of powers behind him, constitutional and financial. So bringing this up, his credentials, educational qualification, would that sway anything come 2027? Can that be used as a way of, disqualifying him from recontesting at this point? Or is this just, an exercise in academic thoughts?
No, thank you. You know, the election he contested and allegedly won in 2023,
all right,
for which tenure is running, there's nothing anybody can do about that. He's already a president,
okay,
whether qualified or not. But what we're saying is that now we are not seeing President Tinubu as continuing in office. We are seeing him as contesting election to start afresh.
Okay.
That is why he brought forward his academic qualifications, because it's a requirement to contest election.
All right.
Just like you said, the Supreme Court in the 2023 tribunal, you know, like you rightly said, you don't take fresh evidence when the matter is on appeal. The issue of whether the qualification that was obtained, don't forget that some persons went to Chicago University and obtained the so-called certificate and thought they could tender it on appeal. Supreme Court said no, this is not court of first hearing. You cannot lead new evidence. So the issue of qualification was not looked into at all by the Supreme Court, because that evidence wasn't before the Supreme Court. So when people say, no, Supreme Court have decided on this matter before, that is not correct. Supreme Court have never decided on the qualification of President Tinubu, because as at that time, it wasn't in evidence.
So do you see a window of opportunity?
That's where I'm going to.
All right.
Now, the law says, to contest for president in Nigeria, you must at least attend. The law didn't say you must pass. Your first school leaving certificate is a prerequisite.
Okay.
Now, you and I know, in Nigeria, before you go to secondary school, it is believed that you would have attended primary school. Before you go to university, it is believed that you would have attended secondary school, or at least you have written GCE. You have written GCE to give you 5 credits qualification to go into university. So it is unheard of that you did, even if you are a genius, even if you are God, that you didn't attend primary school, you didn't attend secondary school, and then you got admission into university. One, the university will ask you, what qualification, what qualifies you to apply for university admission? It is there that the matter is now.
Okay.
How do I mean? Nobody is saying, or me, I'm not saying that Tinubu, I'm not saying 100% that Tinubu did not attend Chicago University. But the issue surrounding it is that before getting admission into Chicago University, he had said, presented a secondary school, is this one primary school in Lagos?
Okay.
That he graduated from that school in 1970.
In other words, that is where he obtained his
Lagos government.
yes. That is where he obtained the what we call today SNCE.
All right.
It was that made the Chicago University to say, okay, you have the prerequisite, you have the papers to come here. Now, the point is, if at the end of the day, it is found that which you presented to the university that made them give you admission, because I also heard that he graduated in 1970, and as in 1970, that school wasn't in existence. That school came in existence in 1974, and he left secondary school in 1970. Now, what this means is that the law says you cannot build something on nothing and expect it to stand.
Okay.
If the platform for which you say this is my qualification that qualifies me to get university admission, and it is found that platform, that qualification never existed ab initio, that is forgery.
All right.
So now the Electoral Act have said, in the case of forgery or whatever form allegation, it is the aspirant that contested that election. Assuming there is an aspirant that contested primary election with Tinubu in APC, it is that aspirant that can challenge Tinubu now on the ground of forgery, that the party should withdraw him and put forward his own name. But since there is nobody that contested with him in APC, because the person that took form stepped down, what the law says that, assuming they contest this election, presidential election, and Tinubu wins, now it happened in Bayelsa.
Okay.
Yeah.
If he wins, the person who came second from the other party can go to court to challenge as one of the ground of petition to be what? That he was not qualified ab initio to contest that election.
All right, but that's like we talking about the past. We're looking to the future. What's going to happen now?
That's what will happen now is that for APC there's nothing they can do because Tinubu is already their candidate.
Okay.
Now that's why I say if this election is conducted, not even INEC as we speak to the INEC no longer have that power. INEC duty is not to verify certificates.
So they said.
You have submitted. That is why INEC put it in the public space, so that people that know you very well will now know that what you have done is forgery or fake.
All right,
now,
let me put you on the hot seat. Do you think any of the candidates should go to court seeking the disqualification of the incumbent?
Not now. That's what I'm telling you. It's premature now, because the only person that would have done that is an aspirant that contested presidential primaries with Tinubu.
Okay.
Now, what the law provides that even if Tinubu, what he submitted is forged, allow him. The other parties, ADC, NDC, allow him. Go to election. When he wins, that is why Supreme Court, when that other document was brought from Chicago, Supreme Court said, no, this didn't come up in the tribunal. You can't bring it. Now, the person would now go to court to challenge Mr. President-elect. Premise on the fact that ab initio he was never qualified to contest that election. That is ground of appeal. I mean grounds of a petition. Now, it is at that point that all these documents, Chicago document, the discrepancies from primary school that is we don't know to secondary school that we don't know to the Chicago, that is what it will be argued. And what the law says that at that point, if the court see that you were actually not qualified to contest election, the person that came second in that election will be sworn in. It happened in Bayelsa.
All right.
Indeed.
Simon, do you think the opposition should be focusing on... okay, I want to come by way of done and dusted. He is president. Do you think the opposition should be focusing on this or focusing on other areas like governance, performance, all of which we're going to discuss, of course, rather than focusing on this issue which... some see the judiciary as compromised. Nothing may come out of this.
Well, you see, no matter how Nigerians may look at the judiciary, that's the only thing we have that have been arbitrating on issues and finally brings out a result that everybody, whether loved or hated, will just abide by.
Okay.
Now, I think the way Williams marshaled it,
yeah.
you know, he's in the law temple, so he will understand that. Good. I think if it's followed, it is when, for instance, they start again that somebody can do that.
Okay.
And Nigerians will indeed, those who have the clout,
Okay.
because, Don, if I take that to court, I don't know what will come of it. I tell you. So those who have the clout, who have requisite qualification to challenge him, may challenge him and then get it over. And Nigerians will focus on that more than all these other, whether economic runnings of this nation, because in that one, there will always be variances. If, let's say I'm a good person, if anybody is good, and you're a good person, if two of us handle the presidential duties, at one time I was president, you are president, they won't be the same way. We won't govern the same way. Either your own is better than mine or mine will be better than that's just the way it is. So focusing on the economic achievements may not gain the attention of people who will.
Right.
Yes. But this particular one is the law. Without law, there is no society. So they will say, okay, if there is a breach of this particular part of the law, they will say, okay, because of this breach, let him be removed or step aside. That, for me, I think it makes more and has more punch than these other economic realities or achievements in society.
I'm sorry to even add, it's very difficult to prove substantial compliance in the election. It is very, very difficult. So this is a very wonderful window for anybody to challenge. Qualification, that's number one thing. Before even they say go and prove, how do you think they will have done presidential election based on substantial compliance?
I've never heard it in Nigeria.
But see, this one is constitutional issue. You are not qualified, you are not qualified.
All right.
Simple.
So let me turn to Dr. Obidima. I'll come to His Eminence for the morality of this question I want to ask Dr. Obidima. The voters.
Thank you.
We're really good at collecting bags of rice and this and that. Do you think this situation will make a difference to, well, the voters at this point? That, oh, wow, there might be, I use this phrase very loosely, please don't get me wrong, there might be a light at the end of the tunnel. So do you think it will sway us from collecting rice and beans? I hear they're giving out smartphones now.
They should give me, I've not received.
No, thank you very much, especially bringing it from the angle of the voters. Unfortunately, Nigerian voters, majority of Nigerian voters are not enlightened. You know, I said it here last week, including professors, including medical doctors, including pastors, including lawyers. You know, majority of Nigerians are not enlightened. They are fixated towards this issue of what they will get. In fact, sometimes you belabor yourself trying to talk to an average voter who is, in quote, highly educated, to see a better perspective from what he believes, you know, and that is why we are where we are. You see, God says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so he will be. As we think in this Nigeria, that is why it's like God remove his eye from us.
Okay.
So, in fact, people feel that nothing can happen. And that is resonating very common in our conversation. Nothing will happen. They've already won the election. And that makes, in fact, that spirit generates what we call voters' apathy. You say, what am I going there now? Because of the way we hypodermically say these things.
Okay.
And it sink into the heart of people that they have overwhelmed. Nobody can do anything. Tinubu will win. Tinubu is not like this person, that and that. And people will just lose hope in the system because of what we say. So, for this certificate issue, there is what voters can do.
Okay.
We don't need to depend on the court. You see, a civilized society is where leaders and citizens obey the rules the laws. Nobody is above. The former president of South Korea went to the prison. Why is it that our own here will not go to prison? Why is it that hardly he put governors into even custody of EFCC? They find their way to come out. So there's what to call theories of revolution in political science. And this is where the masses uprising of the masses to resist this kind of a thing.
All right.
Because the attitude of the masses sometimes also have one way or the other can also influence the actions of the judiciary.
Okay.
Because we, the masses, are not doing what we are supposed to do. The power belongs to us. We gave this power to these people. But they have seized the power. They are civilian coupists who have seized power from the people. They are equivalent to military coupists. And a coupist is somebody who runs against the law. Is a kind of fostering an illegitimate government. So if somebody is in that position, the masses should do everything to overthrow the people who are committing that offense by uprising, by resistance. Unfortunately, we are getting such things in neighboring countries. I'm not talking of Western democracies.
All right.
We are so weak, so docile. We are so afraid in this country, and there's no nation that can be reset like Nigeria. And the way Nigeria is, Nigeria cannot be reset if we continue. If you go to history, this America, France, most of the European countries, in fact, they are what they are today by product of revolution.
Okay.
Of the masses. So voters have a lot to do. We have a lot to engage. Say this thing will not be swept under carpet. My sister, how can you imagine a president of a country no trace of this the school you attended? In 2023, when the Chicago issue was going on in the American court, they even said something from Cambridge which did not fly. Bayanonoga even presented a certificate from the Chicago something that the school itself said they are not aware of this certificate. They admitted yes, he attended the school, but this certificate they are presenting, they are not aware of it. You know, so all these things makes us, you don't know what we are losing internationally.
Okay.
We are losing image, we are losing economical, we are losing the prestige because of the character of those who are heading us. With the major power support is re-election, why? They can. Because that is been a problem in African foreign policy.
All right.
They can because a better person coming to the distance will deprive them from the resources they get from Africa.
Okay.
So it is not unlikely that any of them can come and support and they can help to cause glitches. But then, if, honestly speaking, we the people rise to the point, even the major powers will be afraid to force somebody on us. The thing depends on Nigerians.
All right. All right, so His Eminence, Ambassador Dr. Ibioko. No, I'm not. Why did I say it properly?
From my village.
Okay.
From my village.
I'm actually not from his village, mind you. So,
my faith.
This is okay. His faith, anyway, not mine. This goes to integrity.
Okay.
How do you think voters should view this situation, and what should be their resulting response?
Well, as we talk to now, how many people are even how will I say, acquainted with this.
The story.
The story, even as we are talking now, many of them have real life. And they are struggling out there. They read downtrodden people. We have come to a situation, however, if I want to talk about election, we have moved past rigging elections. We are talking INEC. I said this on set. INEC masterminding electoral fraud. If the last thing that happened in Ekiti State, I think their election happened, that on collected PVCs, whether people were dead or alive, were given to people, to a party, and they gave to people who seemingly were not the owners, and they were given just 20,000 to go use that, and it counted in the total votes. The only person that can allow that are the electoral umpires, from the polling unit officers to everything. If it has been configured like that, we are not talking about now manipulating figures. We are talking of bringing real people. All those people should have been in prison, normal crime.
All right.
Because one is impersonation. You are presenting a voter's card that the faces are there. It's not yours, and yet they were allowed to vote. I don't know when Nigerians talk, and nothing happened. Ayo Fayoshe's younger brother came out. He did a clip concerning it. It went viral. Nobody was arrested. Even INEC did not come to defend it. That didn't happen. So if we have come to that claim, who is the voter? The voter is not determined by whoever or whatever INEC. That's why the apathy is growing. Even with enlightened people who know the essence of what their ballot, because at the end of the day, somebody tells you that we'll do whatever I want to do, go to court. I remember the FCT minister telling the sitting senator, who is from one of the Labour Party or one of the parties, that she's not coming back. Right? You can imagine that one is talking even, is deciding somebody who is from that place, FCT, you are not from that place, same to a minister. You are telling her, look, madam, forget about this, that you will not come back. It's not in a party that, we have seen a lot of things happen, the impunity. And now that's why we are even afraid of this police and no police state, the tension. Because right now, the way the federal system of policing is, you can use the courts, you can use all that to affect them. But if the man, the politician who has a political interest, is the man in charge of the police, by extension, he can arrest on election day, arrest all the opponents, and the polling units will be free. All the agents arrest them, and they do whatever they want to do. Then they tell you go to court, and the same police will come and give evidence. So in fact, we have made democracy a complete joke. Okay. If at all we can, in fact, now we have come to offer and say they're all crazy. So that's what it's we're practicing. I have played practical politics and contested elections more than 4 times.
Okay.
At state level. I know what happens in the field. Before, we used to have people called rovers. These rovers are the people that go from polling to, if you can snatch ballot box, if you can go and thumbprint, if you can ask the other agents. These were all games that have been important, but they don't do it with the kind of impunity that you can now say. That, it does not make democracy interesting anymore for the political scientists. In fact, we would have scrapped that course called political science.
All right.
Because no professor, nobody is standing up to say this does not fall into any description of, democracy.
All right.
So to say, what we are having now is the rule of man. And the kind of power you use. That's why if you look at the ruling party, everybody join. Why would everybody join? The governors are afraid that if they remain in their parties, this power as is being used today, they will not come back for a second time if they take a second time ticket on another party. The forces that will come against them, they'll be messed up. So they run to take cover. But the ones that have done incriminating things, they have security, they have safety, and they continue that trajectory. In fact, like he said, the next election, if the people have to go, Pastor just said it, it's anybody that can house a sitting government must be radical, must be violent, and that is why there is a little bit of fear because the Northern.
But Jonathan was ousted, and it wasn't violent.
Jonathan was ousted because of his nation.
Simple.
If Jonathan wanted to behave like these ones we have now,
yes,
where even a common minister is acting as God, everybody in this government, from local government, their visage, their kind of carriage does not in any way mean that the people planted them there.
Okay.
And they don't behave, they don't count by their credentials to say we are going to do this for the people to see. They do what they want to do at their own interest, at their own cost. So what we are saying is that democracy has been abused, thoroughly abused. And one thing about democracy is about free elections, free and fair elections. That is the first thing about a democratic regime. As soon as you lose free and fair elections, there is no more democracy. Okay. The foundation is broken and nobody. And that is what Nigeria is taking for granted. I was watching the clip. Donald Trump is saying that even the fuel price should come down. Whatever a president says, nationally or internationally, should be about ameliorating the sufferings of the people.
Okay.
Now we see people who are oppressing you. They didn't have any 1 naira from when they started politics. Today they have properties all over. They, in fact, there's some people who say they create employment with all those things they create and all that, with those resources. Resources that would have built the same better industries, would have been exporting. You create a lot of opportunities for even generations yet unborn. We have lost all that in a democracy that should be people oriented. So what is the voting? In fact, our elections, somebody said in Babashia Lawal, on the public radio, they said election results for 2027 have been written. Who writes election results? He said it has been written. Now you are working from known to unknown. Now what they do is to fill the blank spaces. Oh, this state, what is going to be the figure? How will it come? State by state, then you work from that.
So what should the people do then? Because remember,
the only thing that's what I'm saying. And that's why I started with the Ekiti issue. If the issue has come to a point whereby people that have not taken what they are given to people who the people are shut down enough. Actually, you pick them out and investigate whether it's they did not say it was right for them. Who do people do? Who is people people now don't think like I said. It's to resist that opportunity. When you see that happening, everybody. Again, you see, if you live your life, you want to say, to power who cannot give them money, the
second thing would be what we have said, which is wait for the candidate to go to
court.
Do you Nigeria actually revoting in
this election? I see people, if you leave the president, is moving and all that. Because why not? I mean, they are not hiding. I know they are ruled by the national system. It's not the government that can decide who is there. It's the they come to the interest. Collective is about cross faith. These are intents. That's what I'm for. You remember him. And the crime officer was handled down because the man developed what to do, right, what to do, and so if that's what I'm saying, the only time you can have people to defend if you can match them, you can match them, resistance, and you know the amount of casualties. That is the only thing you're going to vote as far as the vote. And the full going who will allow you to take the ballot and move. You won't be allowed to come near the advocate. So it means that be very radical, that's close to revolutionary attitude. And when they see that, and the leaders is that both the leaders who are contesting, they are not staying in their house they are on the field. They are candidates who are contesting, they are on the field. They are the people who are leading this revolution. And first, they are party people contesting and followers. When party A, party B, party C, they rise up, both in the north, spontaneously, and every part of Nigeria, the election will be closely declared according to the people's vote.
There's something I just needed to add.
Okay, but I need to say something then. We'll use you to close out this segment and come back to more conversations. It must be said that the views and perspectives of the panelists and the callers eventually remain the views, perspectives, thoughts of the panelists and the callers. In no way, shape, form, means, or manner does it reflect the views, perspectives, or thoughts of Today FM 95.1.
Yes.
All right, William, go ahead.
Don, you see, just like Bishop said, what happened in Ekiti? The one who saw. No matter how aggrieved electorates will be, it still boils down to electorate will not be the one to write the results.
He said so.
All right.
That is the constitutional duty of INEC. Do you know the whole Nigerian electorate with the current government of Nigeria, government of Nigeria is presently constituted. All over 200 million Nigerians might even come to vote for a particular candidate. INEC, the same INEC will be the one to write the result. The same INEC will be the one to certify that result. Now, that is why you see that this opening, that's what I'm headed to. This opening of disqualification and qualification is like the last resort. Because Nigerians will come, as we are in this studio, at least we are 4 here. We are not people anybody can come and bamboozle. We will go and vote. But the point is, at the end of the day, will your vote really count? I pray and hope that our vote will count. But in the event that it doesn't count, that is why people, to prove election irregularity in Nigeria is not a joke. That is why people have decided to resort to this constitutional opening because it is what they call notorious fact.
All right.
That for you to contest election, you must be qualified. That one, you see, our judiciary, as good as it is today, there are certain things that are difficult to bend. There are certain things that no matter who you want to help, it is difficult to bend that somebody who ab initio is not qualified to contest election with the evidence before you medical may be. You cannot plead it at this point. It is not before the court. Okay. So, what am I saying? Candidates of other political parties, you know, that was why APC ensured that, remember, APC, they printed only one presidential aspirant form.
All right.
That was why they ensured that nobody contested these presidential primaries with Tinubu in his party. Because I guess they knew that a day like this will come. But it's not all good, because there are other candidates of other political parties who, by the constitution of Nigeria, by electoral act, who still, it's not just enough that you have won election or you have been announced as having won. The constitution will determine whether you are qualified to contest or not.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a short break, bring you the news update. And when we come back, 2 conversations will be added to what we've talked about so far. In fact, let me give you a little teaser. I think that Atiku Abubakar listens to Today FM 95.1. Why am I saying that? Well, he made a comment yesterday. Economy. Nigerians can't eat GDP. Atiku knocks Tinubu. And I do remember that yesterday, while we were having the conversation, I did ask Daniel Momo, na statistics we go chop. That's why I think Atiku might be listening to this station. On the heels of that conversation, we'll also have this one, Dele Momodu. And he's saying, show us your scorecard. We'll be right back.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here is the news updates on Today 95.1 FM. I am Dawn Wilson. Vice President Kashim Shettima says economic reforms introduced by President Bola Tinubu's administration deserve commendation rather than criticism, insisting that the policies are beginning to produce positive results. Speaking at the Delta State Economic and Investment Summit in Asaba, Shettima said the administration inherited significant economic challenges but has made measurable progress in attracting investments and strengthening Nigeria's external reserves. The vice president also commended Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo for supporting the administration's reform agenda, recalling that the former central bank governor maintained during the 2023 election campaign that the presidential election would be decided by grassroots support rather than blackmail or intimidation. He assured local and foreign investors that the federal government remains committed to creating a business-friendly environment by working with state governments to remove barriers to investment, promote enterprise, and stimulate economic growth across the country. A coalition of Christian organizations and rights advocates from Nigeria's 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory has petitioned United States President Donald Trump, the U.S. Congress, and foreign diplomatic missions, warning that retaining a Muslim presidential ticket in the 2027 election could worsen insecurity affecting Christians. The petition was submitted at the United States Embassy in Abuja by the Christian Youth Alliance of Nigeria, CYAN. It was signed by the group's chairman, Zariyi Madaki, Secretary Nasiru Jagaba, and other members including Luka Beniyat, Stephen Kefas, Ear Jonathan Ichava, Apostle Michael Olowo Kere, and Emmanuel Zopmal. Addressed to President Trump and copied to the United States Secretary of State, members of Congress, and the heads of diplomatic missions, the petition urged Washington to sustain pressure on Nigeria over what the group described as the deteriorating security situation facing Christians across the country. The coalition commended the decision to redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern, but argued that the designation had not stopped attacks on Christians. The National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, has approached the Court of Appeal in Abuja seeking permission to file a fresh appeal against the Federal High Court judgment that stopped the Commission from imposing fines on broadcast stations. The application follows the Court of Appeal's decision on June 17th of this year, which struck out the Commission's earlier appeal after ruling that it was fundamentally defective and incompetent. Through its counsel, Dakpo Akinosun, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, the Commission is asking the appellate court to extend the time within which it can challenge the judgment delivered on January 10th, 2024. The case originated from a suit filed by Media Rights Agenda, which challenged the Commission's decision to impose fines of 5 million naira each, several paid satellite network. The fines were imposed after the broadcasters aired documentaries on banditry and insecurity in Zamfara State, which the NBC claimed undermined Nigeria's national security. On the foreign scene, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has reportedly rejected a proposed ceasefire and the withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza under a peace plan backed by United States President Donald Trump. According to Israeli newspapers, Netanyahu conveyed his position during a meeting with the Board of Peace's lead envoy for Gaza, Nikolai Mladenov. The report also said Israel's National Security Council had earlier communicated the Prime Minister's reservations to both the Board of Peace and President Trump's team. Last Friday, the Board of Peace released a draft agreement outlining the next phase of the proposed Gaza peace plan. The document includes security, administrative, and transitional arrangements for Gaza, as well as a roadmap for a broader political process. Meanwhile, Hamas says it is awaiting an official response from Nikolai Mladenov and international mediators on the understandings reached for implementing the second phase of the ceasefire agreement. And that was News Update on Today 95.1 FM. Thank you for listening. I'm Don Wilson. Good morning.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart. And that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Wake up to today's quest, where breakfast on the radio is full course. We start with some motivation to ignite the spark in you for a great day. Then a full interactive sports show on Sport Attack 6:30 a.m. Unbeatable and concise news reports on the world news at 7 a.m. And our newspaper review segment now 7:30 a.m. Oh yes, 7:30 a.m. The scoops and the commentaries from our esteemed panelists. Today's quest, 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Miss it, you miss out.
.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, welcome back. This is what I like to call the home stretch of conversations. Is still today's quest on your premium talk station, Today 95.1 FM. My name is John Wilson. We have in the studio still His Eminence Ambassador Dr. Ibioko Gospel Bob Manuel, J.C. Williams, legal practitioner, Dr. Obidimma, journalist, international affairs analyst, and of course our in-house analyst, Sir Emmanuel Ndukwe. All right, let's get the conversations underway. I did tell you a bit of in a jocular fashion, of course, but I think Atiku listens to this station, and here's why. Nigerians can't eat GDP. Atiku knocks Tinubu. That's from the Daily Post, of course. Presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress, Atiku Abubakar, has knocked the administration of President Bola Tinubu, saying Nigerians can't eat gross domestic product, GDP, or use debt to GDP ratios to cook. Atiku stressed that governments are not elected to improve spreadsheets. The ex-vice president was reacting to the presidency's defense of Tinubu's economic performance, describing it as a last-ditch effort to use propaganda instead of real results. He said No amount of manipulation of figures can hide the everyday struggles of millions of Nigerians. In a statement by his senior special assistant on public communication, Frank Shaibu, Atiku said that 767 factories have closed down, while 335 are in trouble, adding that Tinubu's economic success only happens in news statements. Atiku said it was strange that the presidency spent thousands of words criticizing the opposition, but didn't answer the one question every Nigerian is asking. If the economy is doing so well, why are Nigerians getting poorer? He also said it was even more confusing that the same Tinubu government, which is working on the 2024, 2025, and 2026 budgets at the same time, is now asking Nigerians to forget about the effects of its economic choices from previous years. As the Yoruba people often say, the person who went to the bathroom yesterday might soon forget about it, but the one who cleaned up the mess never really forgets. Nigerians still remember the hurt caused by this government's poor handling of every budget year since 2024. Now, let's marry that to these two headlines because the questions coming from them are one and the same. This is from Dele Momodu. Show us your scorecard. Nobody hates you. That's Vanguard. A chieftain of the African Democratic Congress, Dele Momodu, has urged President Bola Tinubu to campaign for re-election on the strength of his administration's performance rather than political rhetoric, saying Nigerians will ultimately judge the government by its record in office. Now, speaking on a television program yesterday, the Ovation magazine publisher said the outcome of the 2027 presidential election would depend largely on how Nigerians assess the performance of the ruling All Progressives Congress. According to him, President Tinubu does not face personal hostility from Nigerians, but must convince voters that his administration has delivered on its promise. To quote him, the 2027 election will not be difficult for Tinubu if he can show the records of his performance. Nobody hates him personally. Nobody wants to pick him out because they just don't like him. It is about performance. Present your scorecard so the people running around spreading hellfire calm down and spread that energy on showing the performance of the APC. So we have Atiku on the one hand listing out several things, like several factories that have closed, and of course the budgets that are running concurrently. I guess concurrently you can work for three budgets, 2024, 25, 26. And then of course we have Dele Momodu saying, look, just show working. It's from your performance people will vote you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me do Dele Momodu and Atiku a favor. We had fuel subsidy go, which they say helped macroeconomic, blah, blah, blah. We also have the Naira find its own level, again, macroeconomic, blah, blah, blah. We have Shetima in, the Delta State Investment Summit say foreign reserves, external reserves have risen, wanting to do two things, blah, blah, blah. We have foreign exchange reforms in place. We have tax reforms. We have NEL Fund. We have the coastal highway that's under construction. Local government autonomy is back. States are now receiving more money, and they like saying this one a lot. States are now receiving more money. And of course, the one that's coming in front, electricity subsidy will soon be scrapped. So are these not achievements? Are these not scorecards? Or there's something else we should be looking at? Let's start with Williams. Why not?
Well, when you are mentioning the achievements, how plenty money is coming to the government, local government, I thought we would have also added plenty money in our pockets as achievements.
But you know, they like saying macroeconomic.
Yeah,
so I'm going by what they always put out there, and these are good things,
yes,
are they not?
Is it done? One of the very few things Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala bequeathed to Nigeria was GDP.
Okay.
It was during her reign as minister that GDP, even you don't need to go to primary school like some of us in leadership positions today didn't go to know about GDP. Then Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, she can't make one sentence that GDP is doing so well. Everybody GDP. So that is where Tinubu's government copied GDP from.
All right.
So that's why I say one of the few things she bequeathed to Nigeria is how to use GDP to deceive us. Atiku is 100% correct.
All right.
We don't cook GDP in our pots. we don't swallow GDP. You know, I listen to Oji Kalu. I say, there is nothing Aboki will not see in gate these days. Oji Kalu was reacting to what the bishop, Onaiko wanted to do. And Oji Kalu was talking about macro, just misplaced. He doesn't even know what he's saying. He will not say the simple thing that you understand. You want to copy what other people say to deceive yourself. If you hear him, the micro economy, we have dealt with the macro economy, we have dealt with micro. We are now going into micro. I mean, you see, what am I saying? GDP is something this government, as I said, haven't copied from Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala to further deceive us. You are not seeing this thing. Every time they keep telling us, oh, there is enough money now. State government has enough money. Local government has. Where is that money? Nowhere. It is still going, just the select few, the privileged select few that are chopping it. Back to Momodu. Of course, Tinubu doesn't know me. If Tinubu is doing well, what is my own? I'll be so, thank God. Not just Tinubu, anybody that comes to power and you're doing well, I'll say thank God. But this one, it's not about hatred. I don't know you, you don't know me. I know you as you became president. So whether you remain there for 100 years, as long as you're doing well, it's immaterial to me. Nigeria goes on. Nobody said you should go because we hate you. Show working. They call them the one being president. This is now. We should call it capacity. Okay. Where is the capacity? Show us your capacity. We're not saying the capacity. And we just vote you. Show us what you have achieved. Your first pronouncement as the president was removal of fuel subsidy.
But I just listed the achievements.
As achievement. And you know, Don, even you are being sarcastic.
No, I'm not.
Even this removal
I've been objective.
Even this removal of fuel subsidy is what has brought us more trouble in Nigeria. No, nobody says you should not remove fuel subsidy.
Okay.
There are processes, there are things you have to put in place before the removal of fuel subsidy. Don, I don't know. You must be aware that from, if I'm not mistaken, from Jonathan's time, I'm not too sure for Obasanjo. From Jonathan, we have already had trillions being, put in what they call turnaround maintenance.
Okay.
In all the refineries. Till today, we have not seen anything. Rather than president think of how to put this thing in place before the removal of subsidy, because he felt it was a political promise. Let people clap for him, and then he removed it. See where we are today. So, Mr. Tinubu, just like Don said, that it does appear that they listen to this program. Let me agree with you that they do. Please, if they truly do, Mr. Tinubu, President of Nigeria, should know that we are not eating GDP in real time. We are not eating GDP. In fact, the other was saying that what is left in Nigeria now is for you to take money and paper, cash, put in pot, and put pepper. You don't even need to put pepper, because that money should have pepper, salt, fish, meat, everything. Put some water, chop. That is food. That is how Nigeria is now. Because you see, a woman will go to market with 100,000 naira. Don't. If you're not a careful man, you can come back and think that she have eaten your money. She didn't buy anything.
All right.
That is the GDP.
Okay.
Of Tinubu. So
right.
Please show working. As long as there is nothing to see, there is nothing visible to the eye, I don't think Tinubu will continue to be our president.
All right. So Emmanuel, okay, so we have Atiku saying we can't eat GDP, and we have Dele Momodu saying trust your scorecard. Performance is what would earn you votes. Nobody hates you. And then we have the government, the federal government, of course, has often come out to say, look, endure. So let's bring it down to the people. GDP, you can't eat it, and scorecard and all of that. Should the people basically vote, because this is leading to 2027 elections, of course. So should we vote at where the economy is, or vote using the government, be patient, enisuru, as they say? What should we do at this point? Because that is the answer to, well, the microeconomic hardship we're facing.
Well, Don, it depends. You see, it's practically difficult to control an adult.
Okay.
you might bring up plans on how things could be better, and an adult may stay and be a blind follower. And so whatever you tell him, that particular one or those ones that have chosen to be blind followers, they will keep on going the way their principals are going.
All right.
That is it. So, and again, you have to understand that they said, not Emmanuel Nduku, I think he's been in existence before I was born. They said the taste of the pudding is in the eating. And that's why practically Dele Momodu is saying show walking.
Okay.
You see, if I claim I know this and that, and when it comes to execute that particular thing my claim falls on, if it's something I will use biro, I pick biro and be looking at that thing, I want to write, my hand is shaking. Then, of course, I don't know how to write. So, if they like, let them, I said, was it that yesterday, I said that all these things you are reeling out as your achievements, I am not saying some of them you've not made any achievement to, because there is no government that will not have anything to its credit. But if you start them, pile them, make a catalog of them, they're putting food on the table of Nigerians.
Okay.
And if they are not, then you've not achieved anything. Because see, governments who were elected and said, okay, you do this and that. So as for people, I've answered that, as for people voting, it depends on their own choice. Because you might even tell them that the Tinubu administration is not doing well with Nigerians, they will still go ahead and vote him. Because they have chosen to be blind followers. You can now see politicians in Nigeria, because when they give you rice, they give you rapport, they give you whatever.
Yeah.
When you are saying that man is not doing well, the way he's suffering some people and all that, they'll tell you he's a man, leave him. You can now see how rice and some other things can do magic, making A to become B.
Okay.
And so the issue is that Atiku is 100% right. I say, in fact, it's more than 100% done. If you check in this Port Harcourt, which industries? Port Harcourt that is known for its industrial outlook.
All right.
Which industries? You go to every other place, nothing. Then they say they are doing well, doing well. Are you doing well? For instance, in your area, I wouldn't know whether it's a band Z or band what. How regular is light? Because without light, you can't have industrialization. They are doing well. Coastal, you see, done. For me, I think government will always be government, and that's human government. And that is why we always say anything human government may not achieve much unless those who have disciplined themselves to have the interests of the people they are leading at heart.
All right. Dr. Obidimma, we've heard Atiku's statement, you can't cook GDP. We've heard Dele Momodu say, show us show working, basically, your scorecard. People don't hate you, but your performance will speak and determine if you come back and all of that. Yes, promises were made. The past elections, they said they were going to do so many wonderful things, and they've gotten into office. And we know that governance is it's not an easy thing. Do you think Atiku and Dele Momodu are being unrealistic in their expectations of government, or unrealistic in their expectations of this administration?
You should not even talk of Atiku's expectation. You should talk of our expectation.
All right.
The thing there is that Atiku is talking from the point of study of what is the real situation now.
All right.
As a matter of fact, why did Ado, the former president of Ghana, lost the election in Ghana?
All right.
I followed the campaign, I followed the election, and I also got to know why he lost the election. That his own party members failed to come out to vote for him because of what? There was a spark in inflationary rates.
All right.
That angered Ghanaians. So that's why I told you here that we have enlightened voters in Ghana.
Okay.
Who are now looking at issues that matter to their lives, not the issues that matter to the security of the regime. And the MPP lost that election to NDC in Ghana. We'll come back here. Donald Trump is the president of the strongest nation now, with the largest economy in the world. What is the GDP of America? Over $30 trillion. Followed by China, that is 19 point something trillion dollars. Yet, Donald Trump is giving instruction that the cost of fuel should come down. Has that happened here? What is the per capita income? The per capita income in America is over $84,000. What is the per capita income in Nigeria? Between $800 and $1,000. And we are suffering, laboring in the commodity that we ought to be enjoying. What is wrong in subsidizing fuel in Nigeria? When the minimum wage is one of the lowest in Africa. You know, go to Libya. What they sell a liter of fuel, and come to Nigeria and look at their own minimum wage. The minimum wage of most countries in Africa compared to the 70,000 naira. You now know that we have an administration that is running a money-centric economy.
Okay.
Without production, without any activity going on even in the agriculture sector, manufacturing sector, and they deceive us and people buy into it. Infrastructure, that road construction. And this is where the political class has also made mess of both professors and in fact people who are educated and uneducated in this country. When they talk of infrastructure, people think that hey, infrastructure is what? Infrastructure is across the whole gamut of our economic activities. Okay. You have agriculture infrastructure, health infrastructure, education infrastructure, you have road infrastructure. There are infrastructure and which must be attended to. Why do we have budget? We have budget and make sectorial allocations to take care of this, because when you face one and the whole lot of that, it affects the people. What is the quality of life in Nigeria today? What is the life expectancy in Nigeria today? These are the things we should be talking about. What is your GDP? When you talk of GDP of 50 million, of $50 billion dollars, you begin to put your head here and there. And the GDP they are talking. During Jonathan's time, we had over $500 billion GDP. The thing now is not there to the point that we became the fourth largest economy in Africa, from first to fourth after South Africa, Egypt, and Nigeria.
Okay.
Because they are not trying to overtake Algeria to come to third position. What are they making noise for? Is it not are we not ashamed with our resources, with all that we have? We cannot maintain that economic capability and military capability in Africa. We are nowhere. We have even lost the respect as a nation in Africa. So, I'm a social scientist. I measure the rate of inflation from what my wife buys every week.
Okay.
So, in other words, inflation is high in Nigeria. NBC can come up with this thing, because if my wife buy one fish 5,000 naira this week, and next week it is 6,000, Has inflation not increased? It has increased.
He bought a bigger fish.
You know,
It's about
it has
bigger fish.
increased.
All right.
So these are the things. People are really going through pains, hardships, suffering in this nation. No food. And this is where Abraham Maslow and said it clear that in the hierarchy of needs, food first before your infrastructure. Food first. Housing second. Clothing. And if you go to most of these developed countries, look, these have been the kind of trajectory of development. My wife's sister called from Ghana and said, "What the cheapest thing there is food. But here, the most costly thing is food. What are we eating?
GDP.
What are we? That's why they bring a lot of supplements for us to buy. Because they know that when we are eating, we just eat garri, the other things will not be on the table to eat. So we use supplement to make up.
Okay.
They are not eating well.
You know?
Eat GDP.
So these are the things. Voters don't even know the interpretations of these things. Don't even know what these things means. You know, they don't even know. That's why I say Ghana. And when Jonathan came back from Ghana from that election, he made a statement that we should copy, we should emulate what is going on in Ghana. Nigerians, oh wonder, Bishop is here, whether they will help to conduct deliverance on Nigerians.
All right.
So
Speaking of His Eminence, Ambassador Dr. Bioku Gospel, Atiku is, well, I'm not holding brief for him or anything, but I get, okay, you know what, let me lump him together with Peter Obi. He's great at pointing out what the problems are. The people are facing this is happening, this is not happening. He has the facts, the figures. But we don't hear solutions. We don't hear alternatives. We don't hear what he would do. Or am I jumping the gun? Should we be waiting for the campaign season to hear his solutions?
Let them win. We want them to tell their secret to their opponent. Like your brother who is on camera, I say.
My brother? Who's that?
You don't tell your opponent how to win you. So that might be Obi and Atiku's strategy on how to correct the system. They don't have to tell their opponent, see how you correct it.
So do you agree with what Williams is saying, or he should at least be dropping? I mean, you can't give your whole arsenal, but at least you can drop a hint of something.
No, I think Atiku, to give it to him, severally he has made recommendations at different fora, not political. Mind you, he's an astute businessman, comes from the industry, and he has been in public service before he went in.
All right.
And I think today he could feel the economy because he has people on his payroll. He has made a lot of contributions in the private sector, and he's still making. So basically, at times, because he has been a serial presidential candidate who has not won, when he speaks, people see him from different perspectives. But I see him as a statesman. In fact, when I was listening as I went out, I was listening that this is a man that has been so maligned. And yet, they've not been able to bring the institutions against him. You say he's corrupt. He has done EFCC case. No one. You say he betrayed his boss. This thing. There are no criminal charges against him. So because we are about the few leaders, Tinubu is his personal friend. They've done businesses together. He knows him better than any other Nigerian. He offered him sometime a ticket on presidential list when they all doing AC and all that. They're friends. But you see, when it comes to national interest, it's like we're in this studio now.
All right.
At times we need to be objective. It may not because how you win the next election. Like we said, the sitting government has 99.1% of returning themselves by our electoral system and what we have seen recently. But for somebody to come and put himself, throw himself, Obi and himself. In fact, the greatest mistake Obi and Atiku has made is contesting presidential election on different platforms. I'm telling you, to do them. If not, they will go and sleep and win this election. One vice the other. Atiku cannot vice him. But Atiku has the clout to get the north. He gets the southeast. Take the next ticket, can do 4 years and give you. Because they seem to be, most of the time, critical about the sitting government, but pointing out what they are not doing right. So if a man points out what you are not doing right, he has identified certain problems, especially if it's a populist idea.
All right.
Then it means that he will be thinking about a solution. He's a thinker. Now we have come to a situation whereby our system has degenerated to a point whereby the elites, who are in the ruling class, do not connect to the people. That's what we're talking. In Brazil, poverty was brought down because of taking care of the middle class.
All right.
You know, they did it the way they did it. SMEs took over, created employment. They moved into industrialization. These things have been done in a lot of countries, third world countries, African countries that are coming up, Rwanda experience. So we don't need to rewrite the books. We need sincerity in governance. We need to stop looting. We need to stop borrowing. If in 1975 Nigeria could give World Bank credit, for IMF they don't come near. If our currency, $1 was to 75 kobo, not naira.
Yeah.
And it was £1 that was going for one naira or later 2 naira. Look at where we are degenerated to. Something is certainly wrong, and it's human. And when most of the time opposition, after all the articles of the oppositions of today, they were the ruling class. They came down because they thought nobody could win election against them. And when PDP was shouting that they will remain in power for 60 years, that was, you know, they didn't know that. They thought they had bought everybody over. But people were dissatisfied, and the opposition took advantage, and they were defeated squarely because there was still something about free and fair elections. And the president then was not saying, I must stay, the people must speak. If we have anything close to that, APC does not need to campaign. Because everybody, including the members of APC, are disgusted. No, they are disgusted. Now it's just raw power being used. I am here, I'm surviving from here. If I go against them, I'll be relevant politically. So let me remain there. How many prophets have told them? Half of the governors that went to APC will not support Tinubu.
All right.
Especially in the north. Because their people keep asking them, we're suffering. Did you see what happened in Delta State recently? When during an APC forum or something, a man went and was singing the praise of Tinubu, how this same governors have gotten more money like that. They gave him a thorough beating, injured him. It was everywhere on the listing. It is essay to somebody. Campaign have not started.
All right. Okay, I think he was they damaged his head.
Yes.
Okay, that was Delta State.
The same people who are in the same political party and environment, not opponents, were the people who were so angry because they felt it was playing over their intelligence. Know we are suffering. We are feeling this. We just came away because you are giving us 2 naira.
He went and started with singing on your mandate.
So you can see the reaction of the people.
Okay.
So what I think we simply say is that look, yes, we are all stakeholders. We have been there. You are there now. This is the state of the nation, state of affairs of the nation.
All right.
Can we begin to fix them? See, like, look, Nigeria don't care like China. You can run an emperoric system where nobody cares who is president for 30, 40 years.
All right.
But how did they get it right? Every economic crime is a capital punishment that goes with it. It doesn't matter where in government or government. So everybody behaves themselves. In the morning, the house is a factory. In the night, it is a place to rest. And they started from there and started making their mark. Today now, they're shoulder to shoulder with America. They are taking over lesser countries and they're industrializing them. So the point is, if we are serious as a nation, what is governance? Governance is convergence of good leadership and good management. If we have good leadership, our resources can be managed sincerely. We can do the right things. Even look at our budget now. We have moved from ghost workers to ghost agents.
Okay.
So,
all right.
So you see the left, and nothing is happening about it. It is the same people who are involved that are given police bill to go and chair. They are not suspended. People that should be cooling off somewhere. They are friends who are in the National Assembly and the people setting up committee, which you already know the results that will come out of them. It won't run a serious country like that.
All right.
So I think we need to, it's a food for thought, whatever has been presented today from Abodatiku and Momudu.
All right.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is where you have your say. You can add to the perspectives, you can query said perspectives, but this is where you come in. 0810-9510-951, 0810-9510-951. For text messages, WhatsApp messages, and voice notes, 0701-9339-962. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, so good morning, my dear sister. Greet your guests here in the studio, Ogema and the Ray.
They greet you right back.
Good morning.
Yes. My name is Kingsley, calling from Opogoro. My dear sister, on the articles, concerning what article say, it's nothing but the truth. Because the government that keep deceiving himself, thinking that they are deceiving the people they claim they are ruling. I don't know, like I think rightly said, how many of us that are eating this GTP or whatever they call it, where you live what you're supposed to be doing, people are suffering. As we speak this morning, so many people don't even know what today has for them. And you're there deceiving yourself. In fact, I don't blame these people. I blame Nigerians who have allowed themselves to the extent that these people make caricature of us. They don't see us at all. If not, look at a vice president who was in Delta State deceiving himself, saying that Nigeria has been turned around. And it's not reflecting to the people you claim that you're ruling.
All right.
My dear sister, Nigeria should wake up and demand for the right thing to be done in this country. If not, this will keep making mess of us.
All right.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for calling. 0810-951-0951. Remember, keep it at least a minute. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, dog. Good morning. This is Tony also.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. As I want to about able to.
Yeah, Cobra.
Yeah. Yeah, I got my good morning. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yes, dog. State police itself is not a battle. But our leaders are not sincere. They are giving us enough room for suspicion. That is why anything they say, we look at it with a microscopic lens. If the right things are to be done, it will alleviate or go in enhancing security situations in the country.
All right.
But look at how they are just running up, and that means they have an ulterior motive. Because the people that are going to man these things are not sincere people. That is the problem. Even if it's a perfect thing, I don't want to use a single crime because it's often used. But I will say, here things are done rightly. Here things are done rightly. The police is the right thing. For the country.
All right. Thank you for calling.
Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you.
95.1. Welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning.
Good morning. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Please, I want to know whether if after this certificate father of Tinubu is finally taken to court, because I pray that God should use it to help Nigeria rescue us out of this hardship we find ourselves. But my fear is that the way our court operates, whether other Supreme Court or any other court, will allow on the argument that the petitioners are not members of the ruling party, the APC.
All right.
Therefore, they have no right to, file such a thing against the president. So that's what I want to know from my brother there, William, which I personally call him, fan because of his knowledge in terms of legal matters. So,
All right. All right.
the court,
Thank you for calling. Thank you for calling. He'll answer now.
Yes.
Williams, over to you. One minute so that we can get back to calls.
The fear of my friend, the law says after elections, anybody who feels aggrieved can go to court. Any candidate of any other political party who feels aggrieved can go. That we call it election petition. Now, in your petition, you can now say the person who is said to have won that election was not qualified to contest that election. And that is the window open to the other political parties. And on the ground of qualification, if it is proved, as we are now seeing on the issue of forgery and the issue of not meeting the constitutional requirement of first school living certificate, it doesn't matter whether you brought PhD certificate. That is not what the law envisage. What the law say, primary school. If you don't go to primary school, you don't go to secondary. How did you get PhD? That is it. So at that point, if the court finds that you are not actually qualified, even if INEC have announced you or have declared you winner, as it happened in Bayelsa, you will be removed, and the person who came second in that election will be declared winner.
All right, thank you for that clarification. Okay, 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Hello? All right, looks like we missed that one. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hello.
All right, I can hear you now.
Yeah, good morning to your panelists. Mufasa on the line.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I want to categorically state that you see what your guest, the lawyer, just stated now, very fantastic. I mean, ideally, that is what should have been the case. But you see, we operate a very, very controversial system in the sense that what seems to work elsewhere doesn't work in this country. That's why somebody will commit a crime and the same person will tell you to go to court. So for me, I hope that we can actually achieve something with some of these principles that we have already. But then again, this is a country of particular concerns. We're in this country where a governor was suspended, the matter was presented before the Supreme Court.
All right.
And the court waited until the expiration of the 6 months. And you saw the interpretation that the Supreme Court gave to that matter. So for me, I don't really believe in the system. I also hope that one day things will get better. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for calling. Let's take this call. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is from Mahoda.
All right, go ahead.
I want to ask the lawyers today. There is a difference between omission and then not having certificate at all. What does INEC wait to declare Mr. President ineligible? Is it that they say they don't verify certificate? But this one, there is no certificate at all. And they still publish his name. What? Had it been it is OB or Atiku that has no certificate at all? The one that they write me. Will we hear something in this country?
All right.
Oh, God help Nigeria.
All right, he was asking a question. You stepped out. What's the difference between omission and not having a certificate at all? So maybe it could be that, okay, there was a mistake or it wasn't uploaded or something, but it exists. So if you could explain that.
Yes, when he said omission and not having certificate at all, don't I tell you, nobody will have certificates and decide not to bring it.
All right.
Especially in issue of election. Anything you have, you want to furnish it, except that your certificate has K-leg. You wouldn't want to disclose it so that people will not know.
Okay, let's go back to the phone lines. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from
All right. Looks like your network is giving issues, but let's see.
Are you hearing me, right?
All right, go ahead.
You see, the country things are not being taken so seriously, and that's why other countries also as a joker.
we have issue of what you call the certificate for and all of that about this in 2023, and then it was verified in Chicago. Stories came and all of that, and the man was funny. No problem. And this is the next almost 4 years now. It's coming again. And it's going to be surprised that this same person will see win again. So what are we really fighting? Are we fighting box into the air, or are we just fighting for nothing? At the end of the day, we relax. So if Nigerians are to ask people to from it, it's not even now because that time of 2023 is supposed to come in. That time they will have taken time to. They are stopping from being president. But he succeeded in becoming president.
Okay.
And he's there deciding who will win and who will not win. And per se, some people say that allegedly that he will win again next day because he's power. So
Okay,
we should be
thank you for
proactive
calling.
to solve the problem.
95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Hello? All right. Looks like that call dropped. Let's take this one. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from? All right, go ahead.
Yeah, some of the analysts analyze well. See, the Supreme Court judgment during the tribunal says it was pre-election matter. Anything that has to be challenged, the presidential, the credentials of Tinubu is within this period. And it should not be within Nigeria, it should be outside of Nigeria. How did it get entrance into the Chicago State University? So that university used to supply the information that people used to enter the university. And there are many places within Nigeria that could have led to the crucifixion of Tinubu. And Nigeria should also not tension against INEC and judiciary.
All right.
Because that's the major problem on Nigeria. I interviewed one Northerners here in university last week. He said Tinubu the diverted part of the educated part of the Nigerian police college in Kaduna to Lagos. But everything is Lagos.
Okay.
They are waiting for him. Court meeting in 7.
All right.
The problem they carry is in Lagos because they want to rig election.
95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yeah, good morning, Lady D. Douglas.
Good morning, Special Douglas.
Lady D, quickly, please, let me clear this fact that Bayelsa situation with Patrick Doyle was never the same with this certificate issue. That one was name spelling and contradiction. This one is submission of certificate. Now, I want to also understand that even if you are a PhD holder, a doctor, a master's degree holder, or DSc, if you're contesting an election and you just decide to present only your SSLC certificate, the Constitution protects you. Our Constitution says that the minimum qualification is first school leaving certificate, not SSCE. Tinubu's issue, which was contradicted, was the college. They say the college existed in 74, not 70 as Rosella. But this one is primary school. So we should try and understand this issue. I'm beginning to get the point that issues of contradiction comes more from people who you think should know, but are deliberately twisting the fact to satisfy their own personal bias. I learned this from the situation of political issues in Rivers State between State Fubara and the weak governor.
All right.
It is not fair.
All right.
Now, I think we're talking about the...
Okay. Let's take this call and then Williams Esquire will answer. Hello, what's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, Peter from Oyibo.
Go ahead.
Carlo have told challenge Tinubu. Which secondary school did you attend? My sister, if you ask me that question, does it take me even up to a minute to answer that question? I will mention my schoolmates, my teachers, my principal, I will mention. Those Ghanaian teachers that taught me, I will mention them. So why must it take so long? Or is it that all the schoolmates, all have died, is the only survivor on earth? That somebody is not coming to tell them, this man was my classmate.
All right.
How does it happen?
Okay.
We don't, those kind of things, we don't need it any longer.
All right. Thank you.
The constitution has aired in 2024,
all right.
2023. Today, we should correct itself.
Okay, thank you for calling. All right. So, Williams Esquire, two questions on the table. The first one was the first caller said, "Wouldn't it be better to challenge it now in court?" You explained, but I think maybe it bears repeating. And then the one from Special Douglas.
Fine. Everything that has to do with law, first, one thing is very important. Locus
standi.
Do you have the locus to challenge this election? That's why I said earlier, the law has provided, the Electoral Act has provided, that if you are an aspirant in an election, party primaries, for instance, then you automatically have locus to challenge the winner of that primaries because it's your party affair.
Okay.
Now, but in the case of Tinubu, even the person who picked form, the man from Edo State, who picked form to contest for presidential primaries with him, on the day of the primaries, withdrew, making Tinubu the sole candidate. Now, we have passed, so nobody within their party now, there's no aspirants within APC that would have challenged him. Now, the same law said, now you are no longer contesting your party primaries. You are not contesting to be the president of Nigeria. So the next set of persons or candidates that have the authority to challenge you is the candidate of the other political parties. That is when, during election petition, assuming without considering that Tinubu win or would win, what it means is that any other person or the other candidate of all the other, it happened in 2023. That was why Obi, filed the election petition. Atiku filed the election petition because at that point they are the people that have the locus to challenge the outcome of the election because they participated in that election.
What does pre-election issue now?
Pre-election now has to do with the internal party. That is just your party.
In terms of this certificate.
That's what I'm telling you. See, now, that's why INEC published this whole thing. It's now in the public space. You as a Nigerian, if you want to challenge Tinubu based on the certificate issue, as a Nigerian, you can go ahead. But then court will ask you of locus. When you get there,
talking of the presidential candidates of ADC and NDC.
I have no.
Yeah, but he makes a valid point. The candidates
say it's a pre-election issue.
Listen now,
can they now start challenging this?
Let me tell you something. Pre-election,
before the election.
Pre-election is things that happen in your own political party before the election. That's why it's called pre-election. Are you a member of APC? If the answer is yes, did you participate in the primary election of APC? If the answer is no, do you have the locus to challenge the outcome of election that you didn't participate?
What if you're a card-carrying member?
That's what I'm saying. If you're a card-carrying member of APC, even if you decide to challenge it in the name of pre-election, do you have the locus? You as an individual.
So you must have some sort of vested
you must
interest.
have that kind of interest.
Not just that you're
it's
a party
not just
member.
because if the law is couched in a way. If the law is made that the moment you're a card-carrying member of APC, anybody can go, then you can't contain what will happen. That's why the law have now read that being a member of APC or being a member of a political party is one. Now, being a participant in that election is what gives you the locus. Otherwise, more than 1 million persons who say we are APC members will go to court.
All right.
So if you are interested in that, you must first and foremost do what? That's why APC saw this coming. That's why that time they said they have, remember before the election, they said they have sole candidate. They are not printing two forms because they wanted to avoid a situation where somebody will pick form
and go to court.
All
right. Thank you for that. Let's go back to the phone lines. Special Douglas, hope that's been cleared up. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Good morning. My name is George. I'm calling from Borokiri.
Go ahead, George.
I want to ask a question. The minimum requirement to contest election as per the presidency is primary school certificate or SSCE. They said minimum. Why is our leaders not presenting their minimum before we begin to expect their highest qualifications? If that is the requirement, can we see their minimum qualification first before we start asking for their highest qualification?
All right.
You see, when we do not do the right thing, things will continue to be in that way. I am of the opinion that they should all bring their minimum, which is the requirement, before we begin to anticipate your PhD and your professor certificate.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from? Hello? All right, looks like we lost that one. 95.1, welcome to the show. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yes, good morning, Don. Good morning, Ogema.
My brother.
Yes, in fact, with all this you are saying, it's a shame. It's a shame to this country, honestly. It's a shame to Nigerians that we are. It's really a shame. We are not hearing this kind of, my name is Hugo. I'm calling you from Port Harcourt.
All right.
We are not hearing this kind of news or information from Burundi. We are not hearing this kind of a thing from Congo. People we usually think they are backward. Uganda, we are not hearing it. People we think they have not woken up. It is a giant that we are hearing this kind of a thing from. Do not be surprised that National Assembly will amend our electoral constitution and expunge anything educational qualification just because of one person.
All right.
I don't know the kind of country we are. We don't think of tomorrow. Okay. We don't think on how to better our condition.
All right.
Better our lot.
Okay, thank you for
calling. Rather, we continue to twist and twist and twist.
All right, I have to let you go now.
Repent and repent.
Okay, I had to let you go because you had crossed the 1 minute mark. I did one. All right, let's get into WhatsApp, Facebook, and all of that. Let's start with WhatsApp. Good morning, moderator and gentlemen in the studio. Everything about state police and its passage is very, very good. That's the only thing that will guarantee indigenous security. We cannot continue to trust the federal architecture that most times that has been alleged to be biased, with some working with the invaders, according to United States intelligence. Positive man, Oga gets Oga master. All right, that's an interesting name. Morning, the presenter and the panelists. State police bill sent to President Tinubu. Why National Assembly so in haste? National Assembly do not have the interest of the masses. They are only there for their pocket. Nigeria's not yet mature enough to establish state police. State police cannot stop insecurity in Nigeria. Nigerians deserve to be told the truth at all times. Government should holistically tackle the spate of insecurity rather than shifting more attention to political activities. Governors will abuse state police. That's from Owanate, Clinton West. All right, thank you for that. George from Rumueho, Odegu. All right. Good morning, presenters. My view on the state police bill is that it is politically motivated by the APC-led federal administration. It looks like President Tinubu is trying to use this bill as an instrument to gain public sympathy and secure the people's support ahead of the next elections. For me, the structure being proposed by the APC is weak and poorly thought out. There are no clear provisions for funding, training, accountability, or how state police will relate with the federal police and other security agencies. But Bajabi Amela, if you listened as the program started, he did give a breakdown. We played the clip. Without addressing these issues, this bill will only create more problems like abuse of power, political intimidation, and confusion in the chain of command. So I don't believe anything meaningful or sustainable will come out of it. Thank you, George. Policing bill should be properly scrutinized for effective policing in the country. Also, Tinubu's certificate saga will not see the light of day because the court until the Supreme Court is in his pocket. I'm not too sure about that one. There is nothing nobody can do about it. 8 Harry Esquire. My regards to Archbishop Bob Manuel and all the panelists. Thank you for your message. Hi, Lady Dawn and guests. My take on what the Chief of Staff of Mr. President said concerning the state police, for me, is just a mere paper talk because federal police tells it all. Is it not in River State here that federal police was used on some individuals during the elections and nothing happened? Is it state police that they will not use against them against opponents, all right? So I take nothing from all he said. That's from Eric. Eric, thank you. Hi, please, I'm missing your stations. All right. You can listen to us online. I don't know if you are listening online or you're listening via terrestrial radio, but you can listen to us from various platforms on YouTube, on YouTube, and also www.todayfmlive.com. That's www.todayfmlive.com. You can also join in via TuneIn and Radio Garden. That's if traditional radio isn't working. All right. Good morning today. So this is why Nigeria is moving back and front. Our president doesn't have valid certificate. What a shame to Nigerians. Thank you, Ejima from Army Range. All right, Ejima, thank you for that message. Warm greetings, or won't court dismiss the Tinubu certificate issue as a pre-election matter? Okay, that's been asked and answered. Greetings, Dawn, Ogaima, and the guests in the studio. For me, on the certificate forgery of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Sir Obidimma's thought I hold too. The illiterate politicians and their foot soldiers who are educated are going round to tell the citizens Tinubu will win 2027. The conquered and slavery atmosphere in Nigeria is used to weaken the people. Please, my solution is real citizens to wake up from their docility and take back their country from... All right, not going to say that word. From people parading as politicians and leaders. Their weapons are make the people poor, arrest opponents, and cause insecurities. Our politicians' tool to win and rule is Nigerian brand of politics. That's Henry Woko from Mbolo community. All right, thank you for that. Okay, somebody sent in an advert, won't be touching that one. On voting apathy, our leaders have successfully created in us a biased mindset where people are no longer interested in participating in elections. So we don't care about the credentials of the office holder. Just give us our share of the national cake. It's quite unfortunate. Ademola Fumi from Umukuta Market. Thank you, Ademola. JC Williams is a blessing to radio and to Nigeria. May God bless you richly and keep you to never relent in speaking truth. Love you loads. Jay from Ajep. Omo, not Omo, not to cook one pot of, you see, you're catching cruise now. Now to cook one pot of GDP soup this night with some microeconomics to push it down. Yeah, God. You know, you care for some, now correct balanced diet. So yes, I care for some. Please send it to the studio so that the panelists can join in licking the GDP soup. Good morning, Don Wilson. My name is Felix from I. The statement from the vice president saying that President Tinubu needs recommendations instead of condemnation from Nigerians. And my answer to him is that we should commend, I think you mean, President Tinubu for insecurity, hunger, cost of living that is high, a liter of fuel that is sold 1,400 naira, or it's the 1,500 naira to $1, because I don't understand why I should praise Mr. President. All right, thank you for that. Good morning, all in the studio. While Mr. Dele Momodu's call for President Tinubu to show us the scorecard is valid, accountability, leaders like Alhaji Atiku and others should also offer Nigerians clear policy alternatives instead of just criticism, because democracy grows stronger when opposition critiques are matched with solutions and civility. Chuka Mora Anthony Ajip, thank you for that, Chuka. Okay, this is just a full stop as a message. Thank you for that, whoever you are. Ms. Dawn, Nigeria is a real joke. How could APC descend this low, making Nigeria and every intelligent person an object of caricature by not sorting out the prerequisite certification of Tinubu, even before presenting him as their special groom? We cut the branch of a tree instead of uprooting to unravel the problem and provide solutions. But some will tell you that it doesn't matter. Do you know that the damaging effects of such vague theatrics in the international community? That's Carlo. Carlo, you also say Madam Donatiko's statement is correct, but just like the chorus of knowing the problem from the outside, Nigerian leaders are very intelligent away from the Aso Rock. Maybe we should change the location of the seat of power. Maybe we have dead intelligence among the Nigerian leaders, or they may be wicked not to copy what technology the advanced countries are doing. If not, how could you juxtapose their exposures abroad? All right, thank you, Sir Carlo. Ms. Dawn, Nigeria is a real joke. How could APC descend this low? Okay, Sir Carlo, I think we've read this before. Good morning, Dawn. President Tinubu's primary and secondary school certification not available, then Pella is even more qualified than President Tinubu is. Olodo uprising has been going on for years now. The Olodos have risen and we are collectively suffering for it. Wachuku from Ajip Estate. Okay. Okay, let's see. I want to get into voice notes, but let's see. When Umaru Musa Yaradua gave, I think you mean the presidential amnesty program bag of rice is 7,000 now. Rice is about 60,000. Okay, I see what you're saying. All right, your punctuations were off. When Umaru Musa Yaradua gave the presidential amnesty program bag of rice at 7,000. Now, rice is about 60,000 with the removal of subsidy. Things are expensive and our stipend remains the same, 65,000. Atiku is 100% correct because how could someone who Yaradua is paying 65,000 till now, Tinubu is still paying, I think it's 70,000. I think you mean minimum wage. And you are telling me of GDP when I can no longer buy things I used to buy before Tinubu. Okay, so he should increase the stipends. All right. Good morning, Don and our leaders in the studio. The issue of certificates, this is quite long. The issue of certificates, academic qualifications for our president is a settled matter. The Supreme Court has ruled on it after 2023 election. Let's even agree that yes, of a truth, the certificate of our president is alleged to be having issues. Can we tune it down and focus on canvassing for votes in such a massive way that it will make it difficult for anyone to break in 2027, thereby vote him and his incomplete certificate out of office instead of flogging a dead horse? Are we not ashamed that we are still talking on this Tinubu certificate? Tinubu has been a senator, governor, and now the president with the same certificate, and no law has been able to stop him. Is Nigeria not a wonderful country? Ibu Fubara from Rumosi, it is a wonderful country. All right, let's get into some WhatsApp messages. Let's see. Okay, let's take this one so that we can hit WhatsApp and all of that. Okay, looks like, hold on. What's wrong? All right, let's try it one more time.
And this ban on preaching inside the bus, I think it's a good one. I'm not against it. I'm a Christian, but I think we are doing it too much, and I would like to say we are going astray when it comes to preaching. You know, when Jesus was on earth, he said to the disciples that they should go and preach to the people. As by hands, those by don't preach to these people anywhere possible, but do not eat, not take anything from them, drink from them, nothing. Don't preach the gospel. Those that accept it, fine. Those that don't accept it, go away. But today they have turned it into commodity, buying and trading, forex trading. I don't know what to call it again. If you go to banks, they are lining up, they're preaching for people. After preaching, they'll come and ask you to give them money, like they give you money to keep for them. Like, is that what it is about? If I want to give you money, allow me to do it from my own free will. Not you asking me to as if, and if I don't give you now, you start seeing me as a bad person. Some of them are even fighting for it, so it's not good. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Let's see. I think there's another voice note. Then we get into text messages.
Hello, good morning, the one and only beautiful Dawn. We see you in the radio, and a blessed one to you and Chief Ndugu and the guests in the studio. Dawn, and bad one to all the bad one for the thief and shine or Joro man, we don't get primary and secondary school certificate. Dawn, we see you see, in spite of all the shame that these our leaders they have been making on we Nigerians, but the question is. Supreme Court, the judiciary and police and INEC are our problem in this country. They dwell by the judge, David Leon and his men, whereby the running mate has those names were his name, but they disqualified them and they won election, they took it and gave to another people. But here, Jagaban, who don't have primary and secondary school certificate, is there. And my learned colleague, Festus Giamu, say in the days of Jagaban, they used to do primary school and secondary school at home. Now, Chicago University, they used to do secondary and primary school at home as a developed nation. You see how we are deceiving ourselves in this country? But God will help us. We are watching. Time shall tell. There will be change of government 2027. There will be no election. That is what will be. Thank you.
All right, let's get into some text messagings and see what's in there. I'm trying to open the text messaging portal. Just give me a second to get to the first story, the first perspective. If Tinubu had submitted his primary and secondary school certificate, Nigerians would know his real age, so he won't. And does that mean he didn't attend primary school? King from Port Harcourt. All right, King, thank you for that one. Really enlightening question there. Greetings. It's really a pity that in this part of the world, when office holders are accused of serious crimes and can still have the temerity to preside over public issues. Case study, Works Minister and Chief of Staff. Then for the Vice President's comments, this is ridiculous. You cannot set exams for yourself and score yourself because in the result sheet, nothing more but automatic A. I end with this. No matter how intelligent you are, please permit others to mark your script for proper analysis. That's Honorable Marlon. All right, thank you. Good morning, Don William. And guest, expert from Iberi Omuma. Christians must preach in the buses. No one will work against God that will stand. All right. Good morning, Don. Atiku should go and rest. I don't know what he forgot in Aso Rock as a former vice president that he wants to go and collect. He is not grounded on economic matters, and it is the turn of the South, though not written. He should go and rest. That's from Rashid Lawal, NTA Road, Moba. Thank you, Rashid. Good morning, the Dawn and the panelists. What is the meaning of what Baja was reading? Oh, to look as if Nigerians has an input to execute their evil plan on the state police creation. Very unfortunate. Why is APC president having issues with the certificates? No wonder the country is behaving like them, Mr. Dennis. All right, thank you, Mr. Dennis. The bus pastors should preach with decorum, abstain from monetized preaching, where most of them ask for offerings from the passengers. That's Jonathan Femi Duro Omachi, Port Harcourt. Thank you for that. Good morning, Don Wilson. Please tell Williams to explain to Nigerians what he means by saying that the Akpabio-led National Assembly is not the correct assembly. Also, Today FM 95.1 is a global radio, and such inciting statements should be checkmate. Thank you, Paul from Port Harcourt. I'm waiting to hear William's explanations. All right, that will come later on, because did you say they were not the correct National Assembly? Or you just said the Akpabio-led
Assembly.
Yeah, I think that's what I
would
heard.
always do what the executive want them to do.
All right. Okay. So you have your answer there, because I think that was the same thing I heard. Hi, Don and all the guests. I greet you. The comments by PFN chairman, Christians would defy the ban on public bus preaching is biblical. The gates of hell shall not prevail against the church. The framers of that law are antichrist and must be resisted. No power or law can hinder the gospel. Nigeria is a secular nation with religious freedom. The kingdom of God suffereth violence, and the violent take it by force. This is our reality. That's from Mr. Lucky. All right. Nigerians complain about everything. Same people that want state police are still complaining. Same way they want subsidy is fraud. Same way they said for subsidy is fraud, but still lament about the removal. Do they want Jesus to come and form state police? Victor Godwin. All right, that's a good one. It's not easy to make me laugh. Good one. Esquire, kudos. You've done so well in anchoring this program. Now the federal government of President Tinubu is asking us to be patient in hunger and poverty, but is budgeting SUVs and other luxuries for his privileged class. Leadership, not by example. That's Kano. All right, thank you. Hi, Lady Dawn. I have nothing more to say because your guests, they said it all. My prayer for them is God to continue to bless and protect them while speaking the truth. Ernest. All right, thank you, Ernest. Don and the guests, good morning. Don, please tell Mr. President to fix people. Then the GDP will fix itself. They should stop all this noise trying to cover their shame of failure. Please, that's Ima from Chuba. All right. Facebook folks will be getting to you in a moment. I'm about to get through the text messages. Real Don, I don't believe in the judiciary. The court said they are dependent, but we all know the court. Okay, you mean the court said they are independent, not dependent. But we all know the court is only independent on paper because they depend on executive. The president pays them. So if the court goes contrary, the salaries could be held to something of that government. So I doubt if they can do anything at all. Ask the lawyer there. All right. Hi, Lady D. My right of reply. Okay. President Tinubu was never a sole candidate as speculated by your guest, Mr. J.C. William Bear. Mr. Stanley Osifo contested against President Tinubu. Okay, that's Special Douglas. Okay. Greetings, my beautiful sister. Can someone attend university without attending primary and secondary school? Can associate professor in the studio answer this question from Thank God Ability at Tuegu? All right, I'll answer that when I'm done with your voices. Locust Standy, the bane of our problems. What stops me as a member of APC to challenge the qualifications of my presidential candidate. That's from Sir Simeon. All right, let's get into Facebook. But while I try to get into that portal, do you have any rebuttal for Special Douglas?
Yeah, I think he said, sorry, what
Stanley,
is that?
let's see if I can find
Osifo, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Let me just tell him this. Osifo picked form to contest against Tinubu in the primary election. Then, at the venue of the primary election, Osifo withdrew. The moment he withdrew, Tinubu emerged as the candidate. So what it means that no other person contested that election with Tinubu. That is why Osifo doesn't have the local standing to even challenge what is happening now to Tinubu. And again, somebody talked about Bayelsa, that the reference we are making, Bayelsa is not exactly the same thing. In fact, it's not the same thing. That the issue of Bayelsa is a name, spelling of name and all that. If it was that just spelling of name, then it would have been amended. In the eye of the Supreme Court, it was deliberate, so it was forgery.
Okay.
So it wasn't, it don't say spelling. Spelling before the court. Since the spellings are not the same, the court believed that it was intended to do so.
All right.
That is forgery.
Okay. So let's get into your...
No,
right.
no, no.
Right, but
no,
let's get into Facebook. Let's get into Facebook. Nubia Emmanuel, your answers are, these answers are for opinion poll articles call on social media activism and the youth. Good morning, Today FM. Article is right. Please, where's Kelly? Kelly's on holiday. I envy him so much, but he's on holiday. He'll be back Sunday. Don't worry. Charlie Man, Obianozie, both Atiku and Tinubu are the same. Nothing come out. Okay. Nana Wanode. Today, 95.1 FM, is Atiku under rating youths or a charge for... Okay, you're repeating the question. This question and the perception it carries are some of the reasons why people complain in ignorance with outcomes of elections. Who do you refer and take as youths? Are there no youths supporting Atiku? All right. It looks like you didn't listen to the clip when it played. All right. Sambo Timnan. Okay, you know what? Let me address that. Go read. I think it's in the cable. I think you can also find it in the Punch. That statement is actually lifted from something Atiku said. He was telling the youths basically that you can't use hashtags to fight. It can't translate and won't translate into votes. You can't collect rice, you can't collect this and that. Go and find that article and read. You'll see that we're actually, repeating Atiku's statements. So it's not a Today FM thing, it's an Atiku thing. And so we're asking the question, is he trying to ginger the youths? Simple and short. Sambo Timnan Dompial. Good morning. I laughed at Atiku. Why are they using the social media if it doesn't matter? The problem of this set of people is that they only legitimate fraud by I think you mean they only legitimize fraud by disenfranchising us so that they will say we are only active in social media. It's only rigging they want. If not, they will not say something like that. We will show them. John Onyeku. He has started again. He used to be those that started saying no voting units in the social media, as if those in the social media are not human and eligible voters. All right, mascot Duke. Good morning, Anchors. Atiku is simply charging everyone on social media to translate their social media power or presence to real-time vote. What it means that everyone should come out from their comfort zone to ensure credible candidates emerge, because social media is not a polling booth. Tani Dumlesi Money. Good morning. This is a charge to all the youth. As much as we can be engaging online, we need to translate our activism into registering, collecting, voting, and protecting our votes to ensure it counts when the time comes. Samuel Bethlehem. Good morning, panelists. Atiku is not underrating the youths, but speaking the basic truth. Election is not one social media or video talks, but total participation in elections. If Nigerians let them continue social media without coming out, we'll all go for another run. Good morning, everyone. Innocent Aloysius. I think Atiku is trying to charge the youth that they should come out and vote, not only on social media. Christian Monday. Good morning, Kelly, and all the panelists in the studio. My name is Christian Egono Chukwusa from Ahoda. Kelly, it's extremely quite unfortunate, but the truth must be said, just as the ex-VP has said recently. I had a discussion with a friend of mine, and he was like, the incumbent president will not return as president of Nigeria aftermath of next presidential election. Kelly, could you believe that this same man doesn't even have a voter's card? My question is, who is he expecting to vote out the incumbent president? The same thing is applicable to most of the social media noisemakers. I think we're not doing enough as youths to stop the incumbent president not to return back to the Aso Villa come 2027. So Atiku is absolutely correct in what he said. Okay, let's move to the second one. I think I've done enough on opinion poll. Let's get into the headlines. We're about to wrap up. All right, let's get your messages. Charlieman Obianozie, show scorecard. GDP can't feed Nigerians. Reject bag of rice and choose wisely against 2027 election. Interesting headlines. APC government is a failure. Samuel Bethlehem, good morning, everyone. Show your scorecard. GDP is not can't feed Nigerians. Even if you talk from now to tomorrow, they will not change or even care about solving the issue. As long as they have given some Nigerians rice and money, everything is fine, because Nigerians don't like to ask questions or even care about governance. What they want is now, not about tomorrow. You are asking ABC about scorecard. That's one, now story time. All right. Skillful Peru, Shetima Tinubu deserve commendation for economic reforms, not condemning. My question is, what has President Tinubu done that will make Nigeria to commend him? How much is fuel? How much is gas? Onyema Sylvester Kanayo, Atiku knows that rice will disappear, yet give him the opportunity, he will still give out rice for voters' attention. Wicked politicians we have. Comrade JT Miracle, fresh debate over Tinubu qualification. Tinubu's school in his mother's womb. All right. Unfortunately, he didn't come out twins or triplets or so. That's why he doesn't have any classmates. No school record. The primary and secondary school he attended is in heaven. In a working society, he should be all right. I'm not saying that. Yobo, look. Good morning, sir. Yobo from Degema. Atiku is right, but the problem is we have here is that they are all the same people, and for me, I don't trust them. Mark C. Mark, God forbid us to accept rice this time around. Skillful Pero, I totally agree with Momodu. President Tinubu should tell Nigerians what he has done. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. Thank you so much for sending in your messages. Thank you, but wow, too much to get through to, but thank you so much. We had in the studio His Eminent Ambassador Dr. Ibioku Gospel Bob Manuel JPN, presiding Archbishop, joint heirs in His Kingdom International Ministry, Atale, strategist and public affairs analyst. Thank you for coming on the show, sir.
Thank you, Don, and thank you, our audience and Nigerians.
All right. We also had J.C. Williams, Esquire, legal practitioner, chairman, Rivers Link. Thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you. I just want to support Atiku and indeed every other candidate of all the political parties to appeal to our youth. This time, don't wait. Don't sit in the fence.
All right.
Come out. It's not social media voting. Come out and vote for candidate of your choice.
All right. We also had Mr. Paul Wala. He had to step away. Well, just wrote Paul Wala here. All right. So Dr. Paul Wala, Associate Professor, River State University.
Mr. Paul, then Associate Professor.
Yeah, nothing.
Just like Tinubu.
All right. No, he didn't put the doctor.
No. Yes, Mr.
I had to call him Mr. because there was nothing here.
Okay,
yes.
he didn't put anything.
He didn't put
then
anything.
He became an associate professor. He's Tinubu's friend.
All right, so yes, Paul Wala was here, Associate Professor, River State University, Port Harcourt. And of course, Dr. Obidimma, journalist, international affairs analyst, senior lecturer in international diplomacy, River State University. Thank you for coming on the show, sir.
Thank you, Nigerians, Rivers people. Change your voting mindset.
Okay.
Your political mindset must be changed for the society to be changed.
Okay. And of course, our very own Sir Emmanuel Ndukwe, our in-house analyst. Thank you for being on the show, sir.
Thank you very much, Don. Thank you, Nigerians.
And of course, my good self, very happy to go home. Can't wait to get Kelly back here. Kelly, I know you're listening and you're watching. Please. We miss you. In fact, no, not we miss you. I, in particular, miss you. It's been today's quest, and hopefully you guys had an amazing time. Thank you for being an amazing audience. Up next is the delectable Queen Chima with Entertainment Today. You don't want to miss that.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Yeah. Oh. Today FM 95.1 Port Harcourt. Voice of the people. Voice of the people. Yeah. Rise and shine, it's a brand new day. Today's the station leading the way. Breaking news, sports and talk, keeping every heartbeat on the clock. From Port Harcourt to the world we go, sharing every story you should know. Your voice, your people, your destination. We're not just a station. Today FM 95.1, the voice of the people. Number one, news and sports, talk all day, keeping rivers on the way. Not just a station, we are the station. Today FM, the pride of the nation. Cross rivers, Bayelsa, Abia2, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, we're reaching you. Around the world, we're live online. Every moment, every time. Alberta, your business, make it grow. Millions are listening, let them know. Visit us at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Port Harcourt. Listen, live at your Call us on 24. Anyone left we a line, we a white. VA come, admin at never mind. Today FM 95.1. The voice that keeps this city strong. News, sports, talk every day. Lighting up your every way. Not just the station. We are the station. Today FM 95.1.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Get ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tuning to Entertainment Today, only on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive. Another day to talk entertainment here on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, 11:32 August 4, 2026. Welcome. My name is Queen Chima.
Was in PR, Puerto Rico. People were flying. Bad Bunny just did a tour. All the shows were in one place. Was in PR, Puerto Rico. People were flying in from LA, from Atlanta, from London, from from Asia.
He made a statement with that.
Yeah.
He said, yeah, you got to come to see me.
Yes, that's why I'm about to announce my residency too in Lagos. Yes, December. Doing the same thing Bad Buddy did.
Yeah.
People come, to all the young artists too, like coming out, like don't rush to leave your vicinity that helped you grow. Hold that place when you hold that place there, wherever God takes you outside, go. Because what seems to happen is that they rush out, and then when you want to run back, it's too late. Bad Bunny did it.
Well, that's Davido on BBC Extra, One Extra Radio, talking to young artists. The second part, you heard that as a young artist, particularly you in Port Harcourt, he says, stay where you started. Dominate that area first before you go out to the world, because if you leave that area, sometimes you want to run back in. But you know, there are peculiar challenges that you talk about all the time, staying in your zone, in your area. And it's like, okay, if I stay here, how long do I have to stay here for before I'm known? How much support does my locality give me? We've been talking about the entertainment scene in Port Harcourt or in River State and how it's been for a while now. So some people want to leave, go to Lagos especially, right? But what's the importance? You want to think about what's the importance of staying here and staying grounded in your base first, and it's like from your base to the rest of the world.
Shakira, so it was a great experience. It turned out to be amazing, you know?
What about the recording process?
I've always wanted to work with Shakira, so it was a great experience. It turned out to be amazing, you know?
What about the recording process?
I'll record and then I'll send it, and then she'll be like, I love this, but can we add this? Can we do this? Can we speak Spanish here? Can you speak? I'm like, okay, and then I'll do that. And then she'll call again. And then there's always room for improvement in every stage.
When you actually got closer to doing the performance, what was that experience like, the preparation of that?
Amazing.
Yeah.
She'll practice all day long.
Really?
Like, she'll rehearse all day long. And she does that 24 hours a day. It's
wow.
Like, you know, seeing that work ethic from someone that wasn't me, you know, and I see myself thinking like, bro, I don't work hard enough at all.
The hard work that you have to put in life, really. Shakira rehearsing 24 hours a day, says Burna Boy. Seeing her putting that work, I think I'm not doing enough, or I don't do enough, he said. Hard work really pays, and whatever should come out beautifully, especially art, then you must put in the actual work.
Say about my woman that people don't know, she a real ass, bro. Facts. She not one of these Hollywood motherfuckers, like, you know, newbies or whatever the case is. No shade to nobody. She really is a strong black woman, and she held me down even when I was at my lowest.
How do you go from being a nympho to being locked in with one person, building a family, out the streets?
It wasn't really no other broad that could match me, that I felt like. This don't got nothing to do with her accolades or her money. The truth of the matter is, when my dad died, she was there for me. When I got locked up in Sweden, she was there for me. When the rally happened, she was there for me. Every time I'm at my lowest and darkest place, rather if we just friends platonically or we in a couple relationship, she always f***ing there for me, bro. Genuinely. My first album went #1. My dad died on Christmas. I was on my bathroom floor in Paris crying. She called me for some reason to congratulate me. In Paris. We both in Paris. I didn't know she didn't know I was in Paris. And I told her, like, I'm down, I feel like this, I feel like that. Bro, shorty rushed to I don't even know how Rihanna got the key to my room. I stopped answering my phone, all that. She walked right in. Yo, you good? You know, like, talk to me, all this other shit. That really was my friend, bro. That's really my, bro, like, for real.
Well, that's A$AP Rocky talking about Rihanna, his wife. The couple have 3 children together. That's how to get a man. I mean, A$AP Rocky is just telling you, be there for him in his lowest, right? In the lowest moments of his life. I'm just taking a clue from A$AP Rocky, because sometimes they say, if you like, go and start building, stay with him from beginning to a particular point, and he may still leave you. But the truth is, people sometimes or most times do not forget those who are with them in their lowest moments, because it's not everyone you can talk to about those very terrible things or the bad things or share those moments of sadness with. They must be really special in your heart or even have a large heart to hear you out. That interview is on BET. It will be out tomorrow, the full interview that he had talking about his career and everything he's been on or been through. That's ASAP Rocky. Talking about Rihanna, well, she was in the annual Carnival Festival 2026 in Barbados, where she attended the carnival dressed in all colorful attire. She returned to her home, Barbados, to celebrate Carnival, the country's annual seasonal festival, in a show-stopping look for the Grand Gardement Day Parade, August 3rd, yesterday, the final party of the month-long extravaganza, which historically marked the end of summer harvest. Rihanna sparkled in a supersized piece decked out in head-to-toe peacock colored gems and feathers. She completed the look with hot pink booties, seamlessly bringing a little comfort to the over-the-top ensemble. All right, you're still listening to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Let's see what's happening on the foreign scene on the news, where comedian Jimmy Cricket has died, aged 80, after a short illness, his family said. In a statement posted to social media, they said Cricket spent his last few days surrounded by his family love, laughter, and songs. Now, forever a clown, he was cracking jokes to the wonderful NHS staff and to us all right until the end. His courage, dignity, and positivity through all he endured was inspirational, they added. The comedian, who was from Northern Ireland but later moved to Greater Manchester, became a household name in the 1970s. Cricket was born as James Joseph Mulgrew in Cookstown, County Tyrone in 1945. He left school at 16 and started the summer season of 1966 as a redcoat for Butlins. He worked the comedy club scene in the 1970s and 1980s, going to win LWT Search for Star Talent contest. He eventually got his own TV show on ITV and a radio series on BBC Radio 2. Cricket's family said he had been a force for joy and the world was a far less sillier place today. We're going to end by using his famous catchphrase and say, "There's no more." But Jimmy was a man of great faith and a papal knight of the Catholic Church. He believed that death is not the end and was looking forward to eternity. So really, and there's more. Cricket was known for his catchphrases and an onstage outfit comprised of a battered bowler hat, tails, rolled-up trousers, and Wellington boots with R&L on the front. Northern Ireland comedian John Linehan, known for his pantomime dame character May McFedrich, said Cricket was so nice and he was so humble. Ariana Grande has clarified the reason behind her upcoming break, saying the decision was made long ago and was it an impulsive reaction to recent headlines. The singer addressed fans Monday night during her Eternal Sunshine tour stop at Chicago's United Center, explaining she wanted to speak directly because stories that don't come from her can sometimes get blown out of proportion. Ariana said she had quietly planned the break well before it was announced and made the decision from a thoughtful and empowered place. She also clarified that while ongoing public scrutiny played a role in her need to set boundaries and step back, the negativity has not ruined the touring experience for her. Ariana explained that multiple things can be true at once. She can need a break and stronger boundaries while still considering the tour the greatest experience of her professional and creative life. Now, the Grammy winner reassured fans who worried the criticism had overshadowed the experience, saying nothing happening outside the shows could outweigh the connection she shares with them or the joy she gets from making art with people she loves and respects. She described the tour as healing, beautiful, and deeply meaningful, making clear she doesn't view her decision to step away as a rejection of this chapter of her career. Ariana plans to take a break from public-facing work after wrapping the Eternal Sunshine tour, with her team pointing to the ongoing nature of the public scrutiny she faced. Her message Monday was not that the criticism played no part in the decision, but that it hasn't taken away from what the tour and her fans meant to her. Well, in Nigeria, where Afrofusion megastar Burna Boy will be returning to the iconic London Stadium in 2027 for another landmark concert. The multi-award-winning superstar first made history in June 2023 when he became the first African artist to headline and also sell out the 80,000 capacity as part of one of the stops for his historic Love Damini tour. The Grammy-winning artist returned to the stadium a year later in June 2024 for another sold-out concert as part of the stops for his I Told Them tour. In another major feat, Burna Boy will be returning to the London Stadium in 2027 in what would extend his record as the only African artist to have sold out the headline, the 80,000 capacity stadium that has been home to English football team West Ham since 2016. The Port Harcourt-born singer made the revelation in a post on X account on August 3rd, 2026, hours after unveiling a large new diamond lace neck piece he acquired to celebrate his sold-out concert at the London Stadium in 2023 and 2024. The megastar added that he will be releasing more announcements in the coming weeks, which suggests a possible album ahead of his 2027 tour. 2026 has been an eventful year for the Afrofusion star, who's enjoying a huge commercial run with Die Die, his global hit collaboration with Colombian megastar Shakira. The song, which is the official anthem of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, jointly hosted by Canada, Mexico, and the United States, had enjoyed huge success on global streaming platforms, surpassing 500 million views on YouTube and over 200 million Spotify streams. The song has also been certified gold in France, thus extending his record as the most certified Nigerian musician in the country. In another giant stride, he was declared the best-selling African artist of all time by global music data aggregator Chartmaster. Chartmaster reports that the multi-award-winning global sensation has sold 14.46 million equivalent album sales from the billions of streams his albums have garnered across streaming platforms. Burna Boy was also recently announced as the executive consultant for the soundtrack album of the highly anticipated Hollywood adaptation of Tomi Adeyemi's Children of Blood and Bone, which will be produced by Grammy-winning Nigerian international singer Thames. With another historic London Stadium headline concert scheduled for 2027, Burna Boy is restating his status as one of the greatest African musicians of all time, whose efforts have massively contributed to the exportation of African music and culture. All right, on TikTok, Pella, content creator, Pella, and streamer, talked about how he has been giving people phones or paying back phones that were stolen from his traditional marriage ceremony to his wife, Jarvis. Now, he said that his wedding coming up on the 8th will be strictly by invitation. He has said that earlier. That's just 100 people will be attending. And he said that's because I have spent time paying up phones. I've got complaints from people saying I lost my phone. Some touts attacked me and took my phone. I couldn't find my phone, and according to him, he's alleging that he's been paying phones. And then this just brings the conversation around the kind of weddings people like to have. When people say they want their wedding ceremonies to be calm or private, I don't want a lot of people. Maybe they have reasons for it. Now, this incident has reignited a debate about the size and style of wedding ceremonies. While some people believe large, glamorous celebrations create unforgettable memories, others argue that smaller, more intimate weddings are safer, less stressful, and more meaningful. So I'm asking you this morning, what would you choose? Would you rather have a private, intimate wedding ceremony with only close family and friends, or a grand public celebration with a large crowd? And why would you want to do that? Now, don't tell me how he's a celebrity, so he has to have that kind of wedding. Yes, Pella is Pella. Loud, outgoing, just all over the place. But we've seen a number of celebrities who you only had to hear about their weddings or their marriage years after, months after, because they decided to make it really calm. So it's not necessarily a celebrity status thing. Maybe it's a personal thing. But you, right, if you've had your wedding, what was it like? The wedding ceremony, was it private because you wanted it so, a public because that's what you wanted? If you had to go back, If you've had your wedding ceremony, what would you do? Say no, it had to be private or it had to be public, right? I'd like to get your thoughts. Then again, if you haven't, so tell me, what would you like it to be, or why would you like it to be that way? Drop your thoughts on Facebook. It's Today 95.1 FM on Facebook right there. X is at Today FM 951, and then you can drop a comment, rather text messages to 0701 9339 962. I hope I'm not being forward with your wedding, but maybe you've thought about it, right? Just tell me off the top of your head. 0701 9339 962. Send a text or WhatsApp message there. Talking about Shakira and Burna Boy, right? I know we've played this song on this station, but I think Burna Boy's just winning with this collaboration with Shakira. And let's get to listen to it. 3 minutes 45 seconds. Vibe to it a little. I come back and we get to talk about other things. I'm expecting your text messages 0701 9339 962. Tell me, private wedding ceremony or public wedding ceremony? Drop your thoughts on Facebook, Today 95.1 FM, and on X, Today FM 951. Of course, you're listening to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. Do stay with me. Burna Boy, what is truly special about this song? Now, you heard Burna Boy earlier. I played you that video where he said that he working with Shakira was an utmost pleasure. He had a good time working with her. Now, it is special because, of course, it served as the official anthem for the 2026 FIFA World Cup, uniting global superstar Shakira and Burna Boy and supports a major charitable education fund. That part that made Rihanna get the talent. I'm talking about the Inspire Ghetto Kids Foundation, the kids from Uganda who dance, to be part of the performance. Bringing them from the slums of Uganda to the World Cup final stage makes that song really special. Those kids do their dance on social media and promoting the charitable education fund for this year's FIFA World Cup. Now, there's the star pairing, of course, Burna Boy, Port Harcourt born, and what Afrobeat is doing to the rest of the world. Nigerian Afrobeat giant Burna Boy collaborating with Latin pop icon Shakira. And of all Shakira's song, royalties are donated to FIFA Global Citizen Education Fund to help children access education and football. Then there's the features, lyrics in multiple languages, encouraging perseverance and unity. The word die, say let's go, meaning, and also it celebrates and honors football grades like Pele, Maradona, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Lionel Messi. So it's not just music, it's culture, it's the rhythm, and then the collaboration, everything that has made this song what it is. And that's why it's hit Billboard Global 200, becoming a defining global anthem and topping international charts. All right, so much has been happening on the internet. Well, we've seen Peter of P Square. I think I now know their faces. The one with dreads is Rude Boy, and then the one without dreads is Peter P Square. Sometimes I just confuse the both of them. For the past days, he's been putting out videos on his socials explaining what's been happening with the duo now defunct. And he's said a lot, right? Yes, single story, but a lot of people are beginning to pitch their tent with him. You know how you come up with a story, it's emotional, and people are beginning to believe that, oh, you're the one who's been hurt over the years. And he's told stories about their older brother, who's their manager, Jude Okoye. Now remember that it's been a lot with that duo. They reunited, but went their separate ways again. While lots of people are shouting, we need P Square back, please come back, I'll play you something that I think quite communicates what Nigerians should be expecting from their favorites, P Square. Now, although Jude Okoye has responded to fresh allegations made by his younger brother Peter, Mr. P. Okoye, insisting that he never diverted the group's earnings, challenging authorities to jail him if he's found guilty. Jude's response comes days after Mr. P released a 4-part video series on social media detailing the long-running financial dispute between the defunct P Square group. In the videos, Mr. P accused his older brother, of withholding financial records, stealing access to the group's back-end catalog, and mismanaging royalty payments, reigniting public interest in the family's prolonged feud. Now, P Square, compromising twin brothers Peter and Paul, dominated the African music scene for over a decade before splitting in 2017. Although they reunited in 2021, the group disbanded again in 2024 following renewed disagreement over finances and management. The dispute later escalated into an investigation by the EFCC, which charged Jude with alleged money laundering. He has pleaded not guilty, and the case is pending before the Federal High Court in Lagos. Now, responding in a video shared on his social media pages on Sunday night, Jude described Mr. P's allegations as blatant lies and manipulative tactics, maintaining that the royalty payments, back-end records, and account signatories had already been examined during the EFCC investigation and remain issues before the court. This morning, he posted a video where Rude Boy, Paul, and Jude were clearly seen threatening him, and quite emotional video, and people are reacting to it. But this is Solomon Buchi's take, and this has got a number of reshares with some people thinking, look, this is actually what we should be expecting from these brothers.
The videos that Peter and Jude have dropped. And one thing I want to say is that I don't think it's possible to know for a fact what really happened. And as an outsider, not every fight involves one wrong party. They are wrong in different ways. Sometimes you will never get the full picture. For God's sake, these guys are brothers. How do you think that you, an outsider who've probably never spent a day with them, will know for a fact who did wrong, who did what, and you are speaking as if you were there? It's very sad that it's come on social media and now everybody can dissect and give their own opinion, but the truth still remains that we don't know what really happened. And the older I grow, the more I realize that two perspectives can be right at once. And by the way, I do not condone deceit, siphoning money, or trying to cheat people, not alone your family. But what I'm saying is that let's calm down. I think the best we can wish them is for them to reconcile as brothers. That is more important. Some of you are still in the comments saying, oh, I want you guys to be back. What the heck are you guys saying? You value their performance as an artist more than their relationship as brothers. And I think it's that pressure that even made them come back the first time. Pressure of, oh, the fans. No. It gets to a point where you and what you have to say does not matter. People need to sort their lives out. Let them fight. That's my opinion. Let them fight so that they can repair well. It's important to fight well so that you can repair well. Let's stop trying to.
Just baby, it's important to fight so that you can repair well. War before peace. All right, the message here says, hi, presenter. Only the poor would prefer private low-key wedding, but the rich want it big, elaborate, and exquisite. Really, Mr. Lucky? Does it have anything to do with the amount of money you have now? Because you could have all the money in the world, but still want your wedding private, your wedding celebration private. But I get it. Access means you can afford anything, right? You can make choices, make very audible choices. All right, someone on Facebook says, well, I would prefer a private ceremony. It would save me from a lot of unnecessary stress. Okay, I get the point now. Because managing all the number of people and everything, yes, it's a lot. So private small just makes it, within your control. But wedding ceremonies are usually fun. And however you want to make it fun for yourself, whether elaborate, private, public, just go on ahead and do it. Don't borrow money to go and do wedding. That's entertainment today on Today95.1 FM. Thank you so much for staying. The world news at 12 coming up shortly. I'm Queen Chima. Good morning.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I'm Queen Chima. The headlines. Amnesty International urges military to charge or release detainees held at Giwa barracks. Christian groups petition U.S. President Donald Trump against retaining Muslim presidential ticket in Nigeria 2027 election. On the foreign scene, Venezuela earthquake death toll rises above 6,000 as search efforts continue. Now the detail. Amnesty International has called on the Nigerian military under Operation Hadinkai to either charge civilians being held at the Joint Investigation Center in Giwa Barracks, Maiduguri, or release them without further delay. In a statement, the organization urged authorities to investigate allegations of arbitrary arrest, extortion, and prolonged detention, warning that such practices could violate Nigeria's constitution and international human rights obligations. Amnesty International said people should not be detained indefinitely without formal charges or access to legal representation or an opportunity to challenge the legality of the detention before a competent court. The organization cited the case of Mohammed Kontoma, a roadside fuel seller from Konduga local government area who was reportedly arrested in August 2025 while carrying 25 liters of petrol and has allegedly remained in detention without trial. A coalition of Christian organizations and rights advocates from Nigeria's 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory has petitioned the United States President Donald Trump, the U.S. Congress, and foreign diplomatic missions, warning that retaining a Muslim presidential ticket in the 2027 election could worsen insecurity affecting Christians. The petition was submitted at the United States Embassy in Abuja by the Christian Youth Alliance of Nigeria. It was signed by the group's chairman, Zari Madaki, Secretary Nasiru Jagaba, and other members, including Luca Biniat, Stephen Kefis, L. Jonathan Ichabe, Apostle Michael Olokere, and Emmanuel Zupmao. Addressed to President Trump and copied to the United States Secretary of State, members of Congress, and heads of diplomatic missions, the petition urged Washington to sustain pressure on Nigeria over what the group described as the deteriorating security situation facing Christians across the country. The coalition commended the decision to redesignate Nigeria as a country of particular concern, but argued that the designation had not stopped attacks on Christians. Meanwhile, popular clergyman Primate Elijah Oyodele says he does not see the Nigeria Democratic Congress NDC making significant progress in the 2027 presidential election with Peter Obi and Rabiu Kwankwaso as its ticket. Speaking in a video shared on X, the cleric said the party would have been a stronger position if it had joined forces with the African Democratic Congress ADC to build a broader coalition. Peter Obi and Rabiu Kwankwaso had left the ADC for the NDC in May, citing internal disagreements and ongoing legal disputes within the party as reasons for their decision. According to Primate Elijah Ayodele, the NDC is not currently a major force in the presidential race, insisting that contesting alone may weaken its chances at the polls. A chieftain of the African Democratic Congress, ADC Kenneth Okonkwo, has claimed that President Bola Tinubu's failure to submit his primary and secondary school certificates to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, raises questions about his qualification to contest for Nigeria's presidency. INEC recently published the credentials and personal particulars of presidential candidates for the 2027 general election, while President Tinubu presented his university certificate. His primary and secondary school certificates were not included among the documents made public. The development has generated public debate, with some Nigerians demanding further clarification on the president's educational records. The issue has continued to attract reactions from political stakeholders and members of the public. Reacting in the post on X, Kenneth Okonkwo argued that Nigeria's laws on educational qualifications should be respected, maintaining that admission into a university requires the prescribed ordinary level qualifications. Meanwhile, a chieftain of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Owen Hassan, says academic qualifications alone should not be used to measure a person's ability to lead. Speaking on Channels Television's Politics Today, Hassan argued that leadership should be judged by competence, performance, and the ability to deliver results rather than educational credentials. He cited former President Goodluck Jonathan, Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi, and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, saying higher academic qualifications have not automatically translated into better leadership or political judgment. Awan Hassan also accused opposition parties of concentrating on President Bola Tinubu's academic records instead of offering constructive criticism of the administration's policies and programs. Well, moving on, where Vice President Kashim Shettima says the economic reforms introduced by President Bola Tinubu's administration deserve commendation rather than criticism, insisting that the policies are beginning to produce positive results. Speaking at the Delta State Economic and Investment Summit in Asaba, Shettima said the administration inherited significant economic challenges but has made measurable progress in attracting investments and strengthening Nigeria's external reserves. The vice president also commended Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo for supporting the administration's reform agenda, recalling that the former central bank governor maintained during the 2023 election campaign that the presidential election would be decided by grassroots support rather than blackmail or intimidation. He assured local and foreign investors that the federal government remains committed to creating a business-friendly environment by working with state governments to remove barriers to investment, promote enterprise, and stimulate economic growth across the country. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign, and sports stories. So stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thank you for staying here with us. Now the rest of our stories. The National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, has approached the Court of Appeal in Abuja seeking permission to file a fresh appeal against the Federal High Court judgment that stopped the Commission from imposing fines on broadcast stations. The application follows the Court of Appeal's decision on June 17th, 2026, which struck out the Commission's earlier appeal after ruling that it was fundamentally defective and incompetent. Through its counsel, Dapo Akinoshu, senior advocate of Nigeria, the Commission is asking the appellate court to extend the time within which it can challenge the judgment delivered on January 10th, 2024. The case originated from a suit filed by media writer Gender, which challenged the Commission's decision to impose fines of 5 million naira each to several paid satellite networks. The fines were imposed after the broadcasters aired documentaries on banditry and insecurity in Zamfara State, which the NBC claimed undermined Nigeria's national security. The Hydrocarbon Pollution Remediation Project, HYPREP, says it has recorded significant progress in implementing the recommendations of the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, 15 years after the release of the landmark Ogoni Environmental Assessment Report. In a statement marking the anniversary, HYPREP project coordinator Professor Nene Barini Zabi said the federal government began implementing the UNEP recommendations with the launch of the Ogoni cleanup in 2016, while the establishment of HYPREP in 2017 strengthened the efforts to restore the environment and improve livelihoods in the affected communities. Professor Zabi said HYPREP has completed the remediation of 30 polluted sites identified by UNEP, while work is ongoing at other contaminated locations. He added that more than 1,500,000 mangrove seedlings have been planted as part of what the project describes as the world's largest restoration of oil-degraded mangroves. The project also said safe drinking water has been extended to 49 Ogoni communities through several water schemes. It added that a 100-bed Ogoni specialist hospital in Ite and a 43-bed cottage hospital in Bois are nearing completion, while a number of existing health facilities have been upgraded. According to HYPREP, thousands of Ogoni youth and women have benefited from skills acquisition programs, scholarships, business support grants, and vocational training, information technology, maritime services, aviation, creative art, and agriculture. The project also said it has created more than 8,000 direct jobs and remains committed to fully implementing the UNEP recommendations for the restoration of Ogoni land. Some residents of Rivers State have expressed concern over what they describe as the persistent increase in the cost of dispatch services across the state. Speaking with Today FM's correspondent Aiba Priyogunu, residents lamented that delivery charges have become increasingly expensive, making it difficult for many people to patronize dispatch services. While some acknowledge that the rising cost of fuel may have contributed to the increase, they maintain that the current charges are excessive and unfair to customers. Some users also argued that dispatch fees had been on the rise long before the recent increase in fuel prices, insisting that the current economic situation is only being used to justify another hike in charges. Small business owners who rely on dispatch services to deliver goods to customers said the increase is making it difficult to sustain their businesses. According to them, higher delivery costs eventually reflect in the prices of their products, and in many cases, they are forced to absorb part of the costs just to remain competitive, leaving them with little or no profit.
Increment of fuel, they have been taking this money like that, because for me, a particular distance, maybe you should pay 2.5 or something. If you call the dispatch rider to come and carry a particular product for you to go and give to someone, they'll tell you that it's 4.5 last, and that is not the amount they take even before the increment of fuel. I think they should sit down and calculate based on distance.
In as much there is an increase in fuel, they are not supposed to increase their price like that. The price is too much for business owners, and most times we don't even use such amounts of gain to sell goods. For instance, you're using 5,000 naira to sell a product, and imagine paying maybe from wherever, maybe from Lagos, from Onitsha to Port Harcourt, you will still pay rider 4,000 naira. How much would be your gain?
Responding to the concerns, some dispatch company owners attributed the increase in service charges to the rising cost of fuel and other operational expenses. One operator explained that a litre of petrol is often not enough to complete a single delivery, adding that the continuous increase in fuel prices has significantly raised the cost of running the business, making it difficult to maintain previous delivery rates.
We used to buy 10,000 naira for like 15 to 16 liters. Currently now 10,000 for like 7 liters. And that particular time we normally buy, when we buy 10,000 naira, it carries us for like 1 to 3 days stretch. Depends on the delivery you got at that particular day. So, and again, now 10,000 it's not up to like 2 days. So 2 days is gone.
A liter of fuel would not successfully get a pickup and a delivery done. So let's say a liter and a half, possibly around 2,000 naira, is what would successfully get pickup and a delivery of 3,000 naira done. Now there is apparently the airtime using calling customers. A lot of customers are very hectic too. They say they are at the location and they are actually not. They just use a particular place as a landmark.
On the foreign scene, authorities in Venezuela say the death toll from the devastating earthquakes that struck the country in June has risen to 6,125. The twin earthquakes, measuring 7.2 and 7.5 in magnitude, hit the South American nation on June 24, causing widespread destruction and displacing thousands of residents. Officials say nearly 61,000 injured persons have received medical treatment, while rescue workers continue searching for thousands who are still missing. Unofficial estimates put the number of missing people at between 17,000 and 29,500. The coastal state of La Guaira suffered the worst damage, with almost 200 buildings collapsing. Authorities have also declared more than 16,200 structures unsafe, forcing many residents into temporary shelters. In sports, President Bola Tinubu has congratulated Team Nigeria for its impressive performance at the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, Scotland. Nigeria finished the competition with 24 medals, comprising 10 gold, 7 silver and 7 bronze, in what the president described as a demonstration of resilience, discipline and determination. In a statement issued by his special advisor on information and strategy, Bayo Nanuga, the president praised the athletes for representing Nigeria with honor and dignity throughout the competition. President Tinubu also commended the Nigeria Olympic Committee and the National Sports Commission for their continued support of sports development, expressing confidence that the athletes would achieve even greater success in future international competitions. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. Amnesty International wants the military to charge or release civilians allegedly held without trial at Giwa Barracks. We told you that Christian groups have petitioned U.S. President Donald Trump against the retaining of Muslim presidential tickets in Nigeria's 2027 election. On the foreign scene, we also heard that rescue efforts continue in Venezuela as the earthquake death toll rises above 6,000. That was the news as edited by Priye Izogo. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube Live, Today95.1fm. My name is Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Please listen to this infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko. For herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quatliman, correct, bakelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Food ground, as every Christmas, have been boundary. Sickness self, sabi medicine, we pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition wey don become ugbarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices wey near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now we
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio Dr. Botumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system when Staphylococcus bacteria enters into the body system and spread within the body system, destroying body cells. Staphylococcus bacteria are majorly of three types that can afflict men. But of these three, the most pathogenic in nature, that is the one that is capable of causing diseases easily in men, is the Staphylococcus aureus, because it is capable of invading body cells, destroying them, causing different pathological changes in the body. When Staphylococcus bacteria spread in the body system, there are a number of changes that one can experience. This can result to burning sensation within the individual, and this can be seen as fever from time to time, or a situation where there is certain hotness coming from within. There can be skin manifestations in staphylococcal infection that can be given one periodic boils or rashes all over the body. In some people, such rashes can come around the pubic region, or even leading to boils that can lead to blisters or even ulcers on the skin. It is possible for one to experience persistent headache in staphylococcal infection because the body fluid is already contaminated. Staphylococcus, as we know, is a form of bacteria. Any bacteria that is capable of spreading in the body system can lead to reactions in the body that can further damage body tissues. And when this occurs, it is possible for one to experience joint pains in form of infective arthritis. Part of this bacteria can spread deep into the tissues of the heart, affecting the valves of the heart. And when this occurs, you discover that there can be palpitation that some will start witnessing as if they have panic attack. When this is allowed to continue in the body system, it is possible for one to start getting tired easily. There are many people, by walking from one pole to another, they get tired, or by doing just something that is not supposed to be that tasking in terms of energy consumption, they discover that it's as if they don't have enough air where they are located. All this can be as a result of weakness of the heart, resulting from infection or spread of this bacteria we're talking about. When this bacteria is able to pollute the body fluid, it is possible for one to witness mouth odor. Mouth odor is a form of changes that is called halitosis, where people will start coming up with breath coming from within that is already polluted. There is no amount of time such people wash their mouth, you discover that the breath coming out is very offensive. All this can be as a result of pollution of the body system. It is possible, if any bacteria is able to dwell so long in the body system, to contaminate the whole body fluid and even damage nerves. When nerves are damaged, there can be tiredness. Not only this, it is possible for men to suffer a lot because this can degenerate to a situation where a man is unable to stand like a real man. When a man is unable to to stand like a real man, it is seen as a serious challenge because the whole family can be affected. Part of the joy of the relationship can be stolen, and this can cause different rancors in the family. A man that is unable to stand as he should can find it difficult to get arousal. The desire for opposite sex can disappear, and once that arousal is not there, that is the ignition point. It means such a man will not be able to stand like a real man. In some people, the arousal can be there, but you discover that because nerves have been damaged, the transmission from the upper center down to the power point of man, that is in between his two thighs, can be weakened. When such occurs, you discover that such a man can even get arousal or is able to stand, but the type of standing that he has is not strong enough to help him to even get into the act. In some people, they make efforts to get into the act, but you discover that they are unable to spend more than a minute or more before they are exhausted. Mind you, before a man can be called a real man, such a man must be able to have the arousal as desired and also be able to sustain the energy he has been able to gather for a considerable length of time. That is when such a man can be able to make his partner happy when it comes to man-to-woman interaction. So such men do suffer from this from time to time. It's after knowing the root cause of the challenge that one will be able to know the right step to take for one to be totally free. Whenever you experience anything that we have been able to mention or other things, it's very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to run tests on one and pinpoint where the problem lies and provide solution. For more enlightenment and advice, the number to call is 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Thank you all.
All right, you've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Liman, correct bekelistic ogbonge herbal medicine, they we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Food ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become umbarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Today95.1fm.
They linked to over half of the cybercrime where they come from Africa. These they come from the Interpol Africa Cyber Assessment Report for 2026. Them talk say don't make cyber attacks today faster, more scalable, and they become more and more harder for victims them and other platforms to find. Since 2024, money where Africans don't lose to cyber crimes don't more than double, from $192 million go $484 million. This now because of AI scams, fake identities, and social media fraud. Online scams still be the #1 problem for 2025. Them they use mobile money, Facebook, WhatsApp, even deep fake videos to dupe people. According to the report, 72% of African countries talk say them get scam centers inside, especially for West and Southern Africa. East Africa they face mobile money fraud and ransomware wahala. Central and West Africa they see plenty business email scam and romance scam. Southern Africa too don't they attract global hackers because of their strong internet access. Interpol talk say the biggest wahala now say banks, telecoms, and police know they share information quick. So criminals they use AI create fake identities to open bank accounts and collect loans. But not be everything be bad news. So for 2025, 17 countries don't update their cyber laws, and 4 big Interpol operations don't lead to 1,500 arrests and recovery of over $100 million.
Make we yarn don't land on top BBC News Pidgin TikTok by 12 for afternoon every Wednesday.
Enter bbcpidgin.com for more story, and don't forget to follow us for all our social media, including our TikTok and WhatsApp channel.
That That's not the breakdown.
From BBC Pidgin.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in